welcome to one and all. I would like to welcome trustees. Everyone is here except Joanna and Heather, who will be joining us as soon as possible, and Director Ennis, who is joining us from staff tonight. So on behalf of Curtis, I'd like to welcome David, Jewel, Kevin, thank you very much for being here, Fred, Roxana, and special guest, Mr. Brad Teichman, who is external legal counsel. Hello, and welcome, Joanna. So since we're in committee of the whole, we will be less formal, first names, and we'll be using the hand up function to vote if we need to, as well as to just keep ourselves in order for any questions. We have an action-packed agenda this evening, so we'll get right to it. Firstly, we have item 1.3, which we have no private session this evening. And we'll move right to 1.3, which is acknowledgement of traditional lands. Go ahead, Leah.
Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions of many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Ottawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the four directions: land, waters, plants, animals, ancestors that walked before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us.
Thank you very much, Leah. Okay, so we'll turn our attention then to item 1.4, which is approval of the agenda. And I would just like to propose one shift, and that is to move the student trustee-led motion discussion after 3.1. So we go current 3.1 to current 3.3 to 3.2, and then onward with the rest of the motion. It just gives students a little bit more time to go and do whatever other commitments are needed this evening. So would somebody like to make a motion with respect to the agenda as revised?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Joanna. Is there any discussion? Okay, so is there any objection to approving the agenda as revised? Okay, seeing no objection, I figured we could use unanimous consent here as well to save a bit of time. So then we'll move forward with the agenda. Thanks, everybody. So we're on to 2.0, which is our consent agenda. And in that group tonight, we have just the minutes from Committee of the Whole, February 9th, 2022. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve those? Thank you very much, Jean. Is there any discussion on the minutes, any errors or omissions that people have seen? Okay, seeing none, is there any objection to approval of those minutes, or the consent agenda, I should say? Okay, no objection. Seeing none, then we will approve those by unanimous consent, and we'll move on to the items which really make up the bulk of our action-packed agenda for tonight. We have the presentation starting with 3.1, trustee determination and distribution. And by having this one first, we also honor that our guest, Brad Teichman, will be part of this first chunk then as well. And I just want trustees to be aware that there is a presentation as well as the report from the last board package are both in the committee folder. So go ahead, Fred. And we have 45 minutes. Of course, we don't need to utilize it all, but we don't need to. Go ahead, Fred and Roxana and Brad.
Thanks, Tracy, and thanks, everybody.
So I guess the format for tonight's presentation, which would be helpful if I put it up. So let's start with that. So really the format for tonight's presentation is really open. So what I have here tonight is a slide deck that summarizes the information that was presented in the board report last Wednesday, as well as some additional information that was requested at that board meeting with regards to ward boundary changes at the municipal level, if there are any that were proposed, as well as reaching out to other boards across the province to see if anybody's changing, if they are, why, if they're not, why, and so forth. We've also added in a little bit more discussion around maybe some staff thoughts around what we can move forward with for this municipal election and provide some rationale behind it. And I've switched the agenda a bit. So I'll start with the front end stuff, talking about the rationale, where we're at, where we end up. And then I've got all of the option slides also on the presentation slide deck. So then we can just leave it open to the floor and we can have an open discussion if you want to speak to your respective areas or a specific area in particular to get more information. So without further delay, so like I said, we'll go through the front end and then work our way into the options, and then we'll talk about next steps as to what we're required to do after the next board meeting, and after that what the submission requirements will be. So in terms of the municipal distribution, so I've reached out to the clerks of all 4 municipalities. I've received confirmation of all but one, that being City of Burlington, that they are not changing their ward boundaries. I'm still awaiting City of Burlington, but I'll say this. Given how late we are in the game right now and that a lot of this data has already been collected and distributed, I don't foresee there being any changes in ward boundaries from here till then, unless there's something that comes down provincially like we unfortunately went through in the 2018 election. I'm hoping we don't get any surprises and that the current government is busy with other things. So with that, I believe that the wards are fine for this round. That's not to say that perhaps maybe as population grows and development areas grow, that there may not be future ones as part of the next municipal election. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that and maybe inquire as to what some of those changes may be in the future. With regards to the number of trustees, as a board, we're remaining at 11. We have a population threshold, and this is the one that provides the most trustees and the one that's maybe most achievable in us moving to 12. We're not there yet. We need about 40,000 more electorate in order to pass that threshold. So that's not necessarily population. That means public school board supporters. So that means that we have to increase our population substantially over the next 4 years. So I don't anticipate that happening probably by the next election. In the next 8 years, perhaps so. Amy? You're on mute, Amy.
Isn't that actually only those who are eligible to vote in Canada, not families that live in the area, but families that live in the area that are eligible to vote?
Yes.
So not just public school supporters, but public school supporters who are eligible to vote.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
So with that whole population that we're at approximately 358,000 all in, then we look at it by municipality. And then from there, that gives us an idea, because we are a board that likes to have a representation, representation by our own geographic areas, as well as trying to contain it within municipalities. We looked at it to see how the electoral quotient as a whole of the municipality would, what the results would be. So based on that, and looking at the population electoral group from each respective municipalities, nothing has really changed since 2018. So we're still looking at 4 for Burlington, 4 for Oakville, 2 for Milton, and 1 for Halton Hills. There are some overages here and there based on how the math works out. And some deficits too, like Burlington, for instance, their electoral quotient is 3.73, but there's 4, so there's a little bit of a gap there. And there has been a decline in the apportionment of population from Burlington, so we've seen that shift. And we've seen an increase in Milton. Oakville has remained relatively stable, as well as Halton Hills. So again, we'll see what happens in the next round. But for now, the current number of trustees per municipality seems to be quite stable. And then what we do, I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but what we do is we define what the electoral quotient is for each ward to figure out exactly what the apportionment of trustees should be for each one of those wards. So as an example, Ward 1 in the town of Halton Hills has 7,000, so just about 7,000 population. That represents about 0.22 of a trustee. Now, and the same and so forth with the city of Burlington and the town of Oakville. Our goal when we're looking at these electoral quotients, apologies for switching the slides there, is because they're all small parts, we're trying to consolidate these wards into geographic areas so that once you've combined them all together, your electoral quotient is as close to 1 as possible, so that you have representation of your population to one trustee and trying to maintain that ratio. Now, the one challenge we have is that these wards are created and defined by total population, electoral population, not necessarily the apportionment for the public board or other boards. So it's not as easy to try to combine these wards together because it's basing on a different model to try to fit ourselves into it. So it's sometimes difficult for us to establish that one-to-one trustee to population representation. And so that's why in the legislation, what they provide is a threshold as to at what point are you not meeting the intent of the regulation in terms of providing equitable population distribution per trustee. So for this and that's essentially the biggest test in the regulation. And this is the only I believe the only appeal right that a municipality has to challenge a board's trustee distribution. And it's only the municipality that can do it. So based on section 10.2, the reg, based on a board like us that has 11 total trustees, what it says is that if you multiply the 11 trustees by 0.05, which is a static number in the reg, the outcome of that calculation, which for us is 0.55, that is your threshold. So as an example, and this little bar graph here, I tried to demonstrate what that means is you have a range of acceptable electoral quotient per trustee. So for us as a board, as long as the geographic area that we've defined has an electoral quotient and that has one trustee attributed to it, has at least an electoral quotient of between 0.45 to 1.55, if we're within that range, we're okay. We can't be appealed. If it's beyond that, so if it's 0.45 or less, or if it's 1.55 or more, at that point, we are subject to appeal. We're not meeting the test that's within the legislation. Now, I'll say this, in the options that we presented, as well as the status quo, we are still within that threshold. There are we have not flagged any rights of appeal with the options that we presented. So we're still okay. But as population shift change in the future, that may change and we may have to reevaluate how we do our trustee distribution. But for now, what we've presented is still within that threshold. Before I move on to the next section, which is speaking of what other boards are doing, any questions on that part of the legislation? All right. So last week when we discussed this, it was a request to see what other boards were doing, if they're changing, if they're not, and what some of the rationales were. So we sent off a survey to OASBO, which is the Ontario Association of School Board Officials, to our colleagues in planning, and asked what their board's looking at and how they're doing it. Now, mind you, a lot of these boards are in our situation. They're still going through the approvals process. So at this point, it's what staff is looking at and what they've gathered thus far. We asked for their board if they're changing the distribution and the rationale for that decision. We've received so far 12 responses as of, that should be today, March 9th. And I did leave out the board's names because, again, these decisions haven't been made, so I don't want to preempt it. So these are just some general themes that we've seen throughout. So the alteration to trustee distribution, a lot of it was based on either they increase the number of trustees or they have high growth areas that warranted a redistribution because now the electoral quotients didn't match up. Or there were ward boundary changes happening in their municipalities. So there was a few areas across Ontario that have seen this. Other ones where they're not sure yet, they're leaving up to trustees that they're exploring maybe some alternative options to enhancing certain electoral quotient or trustee distribution. So they're still reviewing it, but there's not really a for or against. And for the vast majority of those that aren't altering it, they're saying that they're within thresholds, status quo is going to be maintained. The population changes weren't drastic enough to warrant a change. So they're erring more on the side of stability. And they reviewed alternate other things, or they looked at other options, but they're not really resulting in better outcomes. So really, there's no purpose to change. And their status quo represents good geographic distribution, so they're seeing that as an important factor. So those are some of the results that we've received so far from our colleagues across the province. In terms of staff, like after spending some time and reviewing this and looking at it and gathering some feedback from trustees, at this point in time, I'm a little bit on the side of a lot of my colleagues and other boards that are saying, at this point, there's not a lot of shift in population. We haven't changed our wards. And we're within the threshold. So at this point, I think status quo is something that maintains the stability within our community. A few other points to support that too is if we're a board that wants to maintain dedicated representation by geographic area, as well as not to start reviewing cross-jurisdictional geographic areas, the status quo that we have now, albeit there may be some iterations that are slightly more effective or efficient in terms of electoral quotient, and I'm talking about 0.05 to 0.1 maybe, it doesn't really warrant a change in my opinion, because we're close enough to it and we're not changing it. And there's only so many permutations we have where we can have that distinct representation while still maintaining those other criteria. The other challenge we have, and this is mostly in the town of Oakville and the city of Burlington, is really the number of wards versus the number of trustees, which doesn't necessarily match up in terms of they're not easily dividable in terms of the number of wards each. So Burlington, for instance, I've got 6 wards to 4 trustees. That means that at least 2 trustees will have 2 wards and 2 other trustees will have 1 ward. And we're limited in that those 2 trustees will have to have the highest electoral quotient wards as their represented areas, whereas the other 2 will have to have the smaller ones to try to stay within that balance. So because of that challenge, and the same is true for Oakville, where there's 7 wards to 4 trustees, it just doesn't balance out as well as we'd like. Again, because it's based on municipal wards and not necessarily our population distribution. So for those reasons, like I said, that's why staff is supportive of if we are to maintain status quo. I don't have any real concerns because we're within the intent of the regulation, and it provides stable boundaries that meet the intent of how this board is distributed historically. That's not to say that in the future that we may not have to look at this again. If population distribution changes to the point where then we're not within the threshold, or that gap is a little bit too high and there are better opportunities, I think that's a discussion we're going to have and maybe look at changes in how we distribute population, and maybe having to open the can of, do we do cross jurisdiction, or do we look at larger geographic areas with more at large, maybe not the whole municipality, but at least sections of a municipality, just so that we can try to balance out that representation. But again, at this time, I think what we have now is sufficient to the needs of the board. So before I move on, I do have any questions on that portion of it. Amy?
Yeah, it's not a question. It's just really a thank you, because nobody has ever taken the time to put together a presentation like this. And it's left it to trustees to make sure that we're comfortable with what's being brought before us. And I think your presentation has been very valuable in that regard. And I just wanted to thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll thank my staff too. They did a lot of good work in getting some of these materials together too. So I got kudos to them.
I wonder, Fred, whether we need to walk through these options by municipality, or because you presented them generally at the meeting, whether, and I'm imagining that trustees will have looked at the areas that they're in depth. So I wonder whether we can move to questions on the options. What do you think? Like, say,
I don't need to run through all of them. I'm happy to target the ones that you want to discuss, and they're all loaded up so that they're available if we want to discuss them.
How does that sound, everyone? we'll just jump to the, okay. And then I think if I remember correctly, you have some bits at the end as well. Is that right?
Yeah, just one slide just to say what next steps are. But
Okay. So why don't we then go create space for each municipality. It looks like Margot has your hand up first, so we can maybe do Burlington first, if that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. I've got a couple questions. So one of the pieces when we were looking at the rationale behind different boards doing what they weren't doing, what has been the change in populations for the different regions? Like, so has Milton seen a growth? Has Burlington seen a decrease? So I have the numbers here, but I don't see the change like what it used to be, like last time around.
last time around, I can bear with me here.
Sorry, Fred.
Oh, no worries. All right, report is loading up here. All right, so Burlington specifically in terms of population, in 2018, they had a population of 119,585, so an electoral quotient of 3.88. And this year, we have a population of 121,669 with an electoral quotient of 3.73. So it's not to say that there's been a decline in the electorate. It just means that the apportionment to the city of Burlington and its respective wards is not as great as the whole of the region. So its overall population share is less than it was in 2018. And so for the other the other boards, what we heard is similarly to this, certain areas or municipalities increase drastically in population because there's still growth areas more than likely, the ones that I saw. And therefore they received a higher share, therefore they needed to see a different trustee distribution. Or like we witnessed in 2018 with the town of Oakville, new wards were incorporated because the municipality had to do their own population distribution exercises. And therefore they had to adjust their distribution to incorporate those new wards as part of their geographic areas.
And so just for giggles, what are the other regions? Like, so because although we've gone up in population, we've gone down in percentage. So I don't know I know we're talking about Burlington, but can we just hear them all? Oh,
you mean in Halton?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I thought you meant the other regions from other boards.
No. So I'm assuming, I'm guessing Milton and Oakville have had growth. I don't know that, but that's just my guess from housing. But
yeah, no, that's fine. So Oakville was in 2018 120,000 population with EQ of 3.9. It now has 128,598 with a quotient of 3.94. So a little bit of an increase in terms of population distribution there. Town of Milton had 61,117 population in 2018 with an EQ of 1.98. This year they have 70,500 plus or minus with an EQ of 2.16. Oh. And Halton Hills had a population in 2018 of 38,011. This year they have a slight decline of 37,989, and their electoral quotient went from 1.23 in 2018 to 1.16 in 2022.
Great.
I can definitely share you the board report from 2018 at when I get a second here, and I can just search, or I'll put it in the folder. That's probably more.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andrea.
Yeah, so from what I've heard on this presentation, I mean, the main thing seems to be making sure we're in a municipal quotient because they're the ones that will protest, like we saw at the Catholic board the last time when they tried to redistribute so that Oakville had 4 trustees taking one from Milton, right? And Milton got very upset. They protested. So, and it was reverted to what it should be. So that's really what our concern is, in sort of a broad look at it. Have we had any complaints at all about our, people feeling that they're not being represented appropriately at all? I don't know if people would even think to say that. I guess they may just trust the system. But I'm always interested in the end point, if what their experience is, as opposed to what our work experience is as a trustee. It's not really about our work. It's about representation and how do the people feel represented? Can they easily get a hold of a trustee? Do they know who their trustee is? Like that kind of stuff.
So, Andrea, that's not information I've been privy to. So I haven't heard anything specifically from the community. For myself, at least, municipality wise, I don't think we're in that situation. We were talking about, from what I understand of that incident, or whatever you want to call it, that was quite a big gap, and they were well beyond the threshold of what the act would allow. We're not in that situation. So we're all within the thresholds. And so for that reason, I don't have as much of a concern. We're close enough, I guess, in terms of meeting that one-to-one ratio where we can, and to the best of our ability, given that, again, staying within our municipalities and not doing cross-jurisdictional. If you blow that up, then yeah, you can definitely start looking at other options and you have a little bit more flexibility. But then, it's a little bit harder to manage if you don't have contiguous areas. And, to your point, it's the end user or the end target audience, I guess, which is the electorate. So, as long as they can reach out and know who they want to speak to, that has to be a consideration on the clarity of the geographic areas. Although it's not tested in the legislation, just pragmatically speaking, I think it's a good test to have as a board or practice.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Leah.
Excuse me. Thank you. First of all, I agree with Amy. Thank you so much for adding this really helpful material in here. And I really appreciate that you and your staff went out and collected the survey. That was interesting for me to see what was happening in other boards, or what are other boards signaling. So that was helpful. The other piece that I really appreciated was the threshold number, and that I think is critical. And I think it's important that as a board we keep our eye on that number, because in Burlington we are getting precariously closer. And in fact, since the last election, the trend is going closer. So, and we know we definitely have lots of new building coming, and lots of building that has happened where these people have not been collected in the voter quotient. So my concern is, while we have some, and I support the explanations served for this election, I still believe that it's important that as a board, we keep our eye on it, but also that we signal to our municipal partner. Like, I am concerned that you haven't heard back from the city of Burlington, because I would want to know, how far ahead of an election do they need to consider the manipulation of wards, and if we are waiting till February, essentially a few months before a municipal election process happens, there isn't a lot of time to have those conversations about amendments to the voter parity in each of the wards. So where I am going with this is, I would just like to understand, and I would like to share with my colleagues, like, who's responsible for signaling to the municipality that we've got some areas that really need to be looked at. And I certainly understand it's late in the game for this election. We'd be holding our breath to hope that that would be considered. But when are we going to signal this, or where is that communication? Is it a staff piece? Is it a trustee piece? I'm interested to know, and I appreciate when you reached out to the survey to the other boards, I would have liked to know, are they having these issues with their municipalities? And so I guess my concern is, we're in a good space, or in a space we can accept currently, but we're getting very close to that threshold. So, we have a responsibility to consider it, but we also have a responsibility to have a conversation with the municipality to signal that lack of voter parity between the wards.
No, I definitely acknowledge all those points. And I think in terms of signaling, at the end of the day, I believe, anyone could really reach out and ask, like, is there any intent on reviewing municipal wards? Again, like when they're reviewing municipal wards, they're looking at it the whole of the electorate. Our challenge is that our electorate, or that those electoral areas, are divided amongst 4 different electorates, the 4 publicly funded school board systems. So one ward may have very different trends than other wards, depending on where they are and stuff. So it's definitely a conversation that can be had with the municipality to ask, like, where are you with your population trends? Are you anticipating ward changes? And if so, certainly we can raise that and say, here's some of the areas that we're seeing. I don't have access to I guess we could access it because it's public information now, but and then be jointly looking at the boards to see, like, is there an opportunity or something that should be considered for the next municipal election? But yeah, no, I definitely understand that if there is talks, or if the municipality is going to look at it because of the growth that's happening and the intensification, it's certainly a conversation we can have. And part of the consultative process is that we would be involved in that as well, if they are to trigger something like that.
Super. Thank you for addressing that. And I certainly will signal this to my counterparts in my counselors, so that they are aware of this, I would say, imbalanced trend.
Thank you. So, Burlington people, we're going to need to create space for the 3 other municipalities as well. Amy, you're next and a first-time person. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is more of a commentary. The last time that the City of Burlington did a ward realignment, they did not consult with trustees or the school board in any way, shape, or form. And I believe that Oakville was the same 4 years ago when they did theirs. They do not think about us when it comes to ward boundaries, because that doesn't impact them, or so they think. However, it really does impact them, because their ward councillors work closely with us on many issues. And so they should be including us. And I think it's very important for us to signal to them, whether it's through staff or through our board, that it's important for us to be at the table, at least to consult with regarding ward boundaries, because it should be more equitable. Thank you.
Okay, so before we wrap up this conversation, down the road in minutes to come, let's give some thought to how we can tie that signaling piece up, and whether, that's a letter through Margot to all of the mayors, or whether that's something that's happening naturally through Fred, staff to staff. But let's just make sure we kind of wrap that one up somehow. Go ahead, Andrea.
I was just going to say that it's that the way this is also broken down is, as Fred keeps saying, it's by supporters of the public board. Now, do we ensure that students that come into our board, especially if they've transferred from other boards, have switched their municipal tax funding, because we may be missing potential voters who may still be supporting other boards and just don't realize it, especially if we only need that sort of 40,000 or so to move to the next level of having another trustee.
Excuse me.
I'm admittedly not familiar with the public board's process in what it is. It's a direction of school support form that needs to be completed by whomever, and to say who you're directing your taxes to. Part of what we do, sorry, I know a little bit. So part of what we did do a little bit of a blitz, and we sent off some notifications to people that say that, and we did some social media posts on it as well, not in collaboration, but through guidance from MPAC, saying that, get ready for, there's like the voter lookup and all that, so that you can change your direction of school support. I know we do that kind of advertisement, or we have. I'm not sure if we do it for applications. Maybe Kelly can enlighten me on this one.
When students come into our schools, we do not ask them who they support. We just accept. Whereas I know the Catholic Board does ask for you to show that you're a Catholic school supporter. We have a lot of Catholic school supporters who go to our schools. And we've had this conversation before that maybe we should be accepting it or asking them to switch. Because I know friends who they were Catholic, so they support the Catholic Board, but sent their kids to the public school. So we are not getting the problem. So when we had this discussion before, we may not be getting the actual support from them, but it doesn't matter because ultimately we get funded based on students through the government. But I mean, if we want to actually capture the voters, we need to do something about that piece of it.
Thank you. Okay, Burlington, it sounds like there's no opposition at this time that has been voiced about the status quo, which is the staff recommendation. There's certainly caveats for consideration moving forward as things continue to evolve and change. So that's kind of what I heard. I see some nods. So are there any other municipality groups or Jean that need to ask questions or, not challenge in a bad way, but in an academic way, the status quo recommendation? Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. I don't believe Heather's on the line, but Heather and I have discussed this, and I can let you know that we are both very happy with status quo and very grateful to Fred for all the work done on this. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Fred, it seems so weird to not see you in your basement.
They let me out finally.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Okay, and I believe similar for Oakville. But again, just want to make space for that. Go ahead, Kelly.
Yes, I'm quite happy with status quo. I do not feel at large representation is an effective way of representing parents, because then there's confusion about who to approach, and sometimes there's only one person might be doing the bulk of the work as opposed to everyone's doing their share. And Fred, you've done an amazing job explaining this, because I understand so much better than I ever have. And, we do have growth areas, so some areas are going to be larger. One area is sort of landlocked, even though there has some growth happening. So, I mean, in my opinion, right now it's the best case scenario. And yes, the town of Oakville did change their boundaries last time around, and we actually submitted an opinion to them at the time. But they didn't even consider it. They had a consultant come and tell them the way they should do it, and they didn't care what we thought. So they don't really care how it affects the school board at all. But so they just feel that we have to work around them. Anyways, I thank you for all the hard work to you and your staff. And and I am quite happy with status quo.
Okay, Jean, if it's okay, we'll just keep on the Oakville. We'll wrap up the Oakville piece and then go to Halton Hills. Saving the best for last. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Joanna.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also support status quo for Oakville. In 2018, we kind of had to comply with the changes that were made by the municipality. And, it made sense to align our boundaries with the municipal boundaries, because I think, for the voters, that's really where the confusion would have come in. I'm not sure how that would have been carried out for election purposes, but certainly for practical purposes, and I'm just reflecting on Ward 4 because that is my ward, I was not happy with the changes. Parts of the ward were stripped away and added to wards 1 and 2, geographically making no sense and not making any sense from the school boundary perspectives in terms of elementary schools and the high schools that the students go to. So while my population count would have dropped with this change, in fact, those elementary students then go on to the 2 high schools that I represent, and that they end up being the people that I represent and families that I end up representing. So that's just an aside in how, we're looking at the numbers, but we also need to reconcile that school boundaries themselves create different kinds of populations that the trustees end up representing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jean. So we'll move on to Halton Hills.
Thank you. I don't really want to speak specifically about Halton Hills. In particular, what I wanted to talk about is 4 years from now. I believe in following the growth plan at the Halton region, and watching some of the deliberations of recent meetings. There's a whole bunch of growth anticipated in the next the next 30 years. That's what the growth plan is planning for, 30 years of growth. But shovels are in the ground and there's lots of building happening right now. And there's a big push from the provincial government to get housing up. And so I think that sector is going to be very, very busy in the next while. And so I think I've been hearing from my trustee colleagues tonight, we need a little bit of proactivity before this election comes up another 4 years from now, because I really think that you will see some dramatic shifts in the population and the growth that has occurred in the Halton region in those next 4 years, and indeed over the next 30, but certainly in the next 4 years, because the push is very, very extreme from our provincial government at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no other speakers at this time, let's just loop back then to this notion of the signals and the 4 years hence. Oh, sorry. Fred, you have next steps, and Joanna, do you have a quick comment? We're coming to the end of our time as well.
Yeah, sorry, I did have a question. I got distracted because I saw a comment pop up while I was speaking. Anyway, Brett, there is some development happening in Ward 4 along Bronte Road, Glen Abbey Encore. Yep. And that's of course been delayed, I think, largely because of the pandemic, or that's what I'm guessing. Anyway, the numbers that we're looking at are for 2021. If houses have been sold in a new area under development, are those people included if the house is sold by the end of 2021, or will those numbers be coming up for us later?
That's a really good question, and I don't know the answer. I'm going to call a friend. Brad, would you happen to know maybe, or?
What I think happens, since the information comes from MPAC, simply because the house is sold, MPAC will not know who lives in the house. they send the assessors around to do inspections, and they circulate questionnaires to fill in who lives there and what school support they wish to direct to where they want to direct. So I think the answer to your question is, Joanna, is no. They would be included later. If it was late December, if it was late 2021, MPAC won't have the information in time in the package that they forward to Fred. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next steps.
So with regards to next steps, aside from the reaching out to municipalities, we're going to come back next week with, not next week, the week after next, so March 23rd, with an action report. We'll present the recommendation, which I think we've reached consensus that the recommendation will read a status quo on all 4 fronts, no low population areas, and to designate the town of Oakville as the lead municipality. And we'll get that approved. Once that is approved, the staff will send the results of our trustee distribution to the Ministry of Education and the 4 municipal clerks, I believe. And that will reach the end of this process. Afterwards, come near the election, we're going to have to establish an audit committee group, but we can cross that bridge when we get there, when we get a little bit closer to. So happy to take any further questions on this.
Does the audit committee group involve trustees?
I'd have to brush it up. It's been a bit, but I believe we have to designate some audit committee members, and I don't think so, no. But I can get back to you on that in the next week.
Mm-hmm. No worries. I don't remember that being the case in the past. So just a quick question, again, to go back to, and now I'm using Margot's words of quick question. Just to go back to how to kind of tie up the piece about the signaling forward. And I wonder, since the report will go to, it sounds like municipalities and the ministry, I wonder if it makes sense to include a paragraph or a couple of sentences in there that just kind of flag this notion that we understand we're kind of on the cusp of a number of potential changes the next time around. And we look forward to being, a partner in making those changes, given the growth scenarios, the uneven growth patterns that are taking place across the region or something like that. Like, I wonder if that's a kind of a natural spot that's going to be happening anyway, because there's no notation like that in the report as currently written. What are your thoughts? And Fred, as the writer of that report, and Roxana, what?
My apologies. I missed that last part. I was reading something about the audit committee. Maybe Roxana, you can take that one, which I'll confirm through Gail. Thank you. There are no trustees. It's to review trustee municipal election expenses, so there would be no trustees. Okay.
Roxana, then Kelly.
Thank you. Apologies for my camera, and all of your cameras are off on my screen as well, which I'm sure is not the case. In terms of that, I think we can certainly pass on a message. I do agree that requesting that they consider the implications to the trustee ward or the voter base if they review words is important. So maybe we can combine the messages and just inform them that while the board is choosing status quo for this election, we are aware and will continue to monitor the changes, and that we would very much appreciate being part of future discussions in aligning wards, et cetera, et cetera. So something to that effect. I think that would be a good place to include some of that message at the same time with the report.
Great, thank you. And Kelly.
It's not on the topic we were just discussing, so if anyone else has something on that. But the other thing I heard that came from this is the fact that we may not have all the pupils in our schools registered to be public voters. Is that something we want to look at some point, so that when students register, we ask that they confirm that they're public school students? And I mean, I know it's been talked about in the past, and maybe David can remember what that was about, but I mean, I don't think we ever went anywhere with it. So I'm just wondering if that's something we'd like to consider having a discussion about, or leave with the director to investigate, or something in the future, because we could have another 5,000 to 10,000 students that are registered for Catholic, which actually would be us. And I mean, that 40,000 that were out, it would be that much more closer. Not that I want necessarily to have an extra trustee at this point, but you know what I'm saying. It's just we should be trying to capture the people who are actually in our schools.
Okay, Amy, is it on that same thread?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when this was raised 4 years ago, because every 4 years, of course, trustees have to look at the determination. At that time, Director Miller was reluctant to put any pressure on parents to declare public school support. And I recall having the same conversation 8 years ago when Director Uwali was in place, and he was even more hesitant than Director Miller. I think there are some political pieces to that staff may feel sensitivity to more so than trustees. I'm actually very much in favor of ensuring that our students, that their guardians or parents are registered voters for the public school board. And I remember showing my tax form when I registered my kids. So I don't know when we stopped asking, but I do think it should be part of the procedure. And I think that Director Uwali committed to making it part of the procedure when students register at our schools. But I don't remember ever having seen that anywhere in writing. So I don't know if it's a guideline that was set to principals or what, but perhaps Director Ennis could respond.
I'm going to defer to General Manager Thibault, and it's something that I hadn't really thought about before, so I would need some further context. Go ahead, General Manager Thibault.
I'll speak. Thank you, Curtis, or Director Ennis. I'll speak more maybe towards the when I was at the Halton Catholic, we weren't, or when we were looking at the procedure and the policy at that time, we were looking more as just informing them of it and providing the DOS form as part of the registration package, because we still had paper forms at that time. So, you know, I'd say that we weren't making it a requirement. That since the mill rate was abolished in the 99, we moved to the GSN model. Like that requirement certainly wasn't as important, because the money wasn't tied to it. Then it fell really on the trustee distribute or trustee determination in terms of the numbers. So, you know, I'd say it's always good to inform people so that they're aware. We hear a lot of times where people go to the polls and they don't see the name of the trustee they want to vote for because they're not aware. I think it happens a little less at the public board, because when you move or when you buy a new home, it defaults automatically to the public board. Whereas that wasn't the case for the Catholic board. You'd have to actively change it back to separate. But, you know, just some food for thought if that's what our counterparts are doing, is more of a, here's the form. It's not a requirement of registration, but at least it's part of the registration package so that they're made aware of it, so that when come time to vote, you're not surprised with who's on the ballot. And also just acknowledging that families choose different pathways depending on you know, their child and programs what's best for them. So there is that flexibility there too that's considered.
Okay, so it does sound like that is something that is of interest at this time, or maybe Fred and Curtis, and we're good with first names here. It's committee of the whole. It's hard to shift sometimes, but can just give that some thought and then kind of loop back with whatever the outcome is. Tanya, go ahead. It's on this topic, yes?
Yeah, so we know what we don't do. We know what the Catholic board does. Do we know what the two French boards do as far as asking for their property tax? Their I just had my mind just went blank. What do the French boards do?
I would believe they'd have to declare because those people have to vote for those trustees.
Okay.
Much larger geographic areas usually.
All right. So is this, go ahead, Curtis.
Oh, sorry. I just don't want to prolong you, but I was wondering, maybe just to help me understand it, what is there to gain to add this additional step? Because many of our, I would imagine many of our families are not homeowners. And so how does that impact on those who are not homeowners?
Just a Fred question, Brad question.
I might have to defer to Brad, but if I recall, if you're not the owner, then there's like a DOS lease form where I think you mentioned it in there. And it's a separate form if you're not the owner or if you have split representation in a home or things like that. But Brad, maybe if you want to enlighten me on that one.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's an owner of a property can designate the school support or a tenant of the property. So it's just not limited to the owner. And I agree with what you said, Fred, earlier. I looked at the Assessment Act 2 minutes ago, and absent a request by the property owner or tenant to designate taxes to one school board or another, it defaults to the public board. So most of the people coming to your board, unless they've designated otherwise, would be their support would already be to the public board, but there could be some who have not. So those are the requirements of the legislation.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. And that's why we see some of the other boards specifically tweeting out at this moment in time for people to shift away kind of thing from the public support. Yeah. Joanna, go ahead. And then we're going to wrap this conversation up. Again, we have an action-packed agenda and we don't want to get too far behind here. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering that although the default is public school board, often students change between elementary and secondary. And there are also families where, one child might go to public and one to Catholic. So you kind of have to think that through as well. Thank you.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is a takeaway piece to consider if, how, when that will work for Fred and Curtis and other relevant and involved staff people?
Thank you for that, Tracy. Will do.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot. Fred, you'll be back in just a moment. And Brad, thanks so much for your time and contributions, and have a great night. You're welcome to stay, but you may not. I don't want to.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, you as well. Okay, so we did shift a couple of things on our agenda, just flipped. So now we're at student trustee-led motions. And this is Casey and Vandy have put together a presentation. I think Margot's going to be sharing it. So over to you two to make your presentation. Alrighty. Can see you and the presentation.
Thanks, Tracy. Okay, so I think I can begin. I don't know if there's like feedback, but as you may know, student trustees are currently unable to move and second motions ourselves. And in order to pass motions, we need to work with a supportive trustee so that they would be able to move our motion for us. And this year, OSTA wants to be able to change that. So a little bit of history. Back in 2004 and 2005, OSTA ACO released a report called The Student Trustee Today and Tomorrow, and this report offered a concise outline detailing the practice of the past student trustee legislation and recommendations of current legislature to consider to improve the quality of people representation, which was what the student trustee position used to be called. The Executive Council at that time was able to send recommendations towards the Government of Ontario, which ended up building the foundation of our rules today. And I'll pass it on to Vandy.
Yeah, so we'd just like to highlight the first recommendation. If you could just go back to the last slide, Margot. Thanks. We'd just like to highlight the first recommendation in the 2005 report, which was, quote, OSTA ACO recommends that the new legislation be introduced, granting student trustees the power to fully participate in the board table, including the power to vote and make motions. So unfortunately, this recommendation was not mandated by the government, and it really hasn't been a focus of the Ministry of Education since then. So while we're not focusing right now on lobbying for the right to vote, we do feel that giving student trustees the right to move and second motions is a good starting point for reopening the conversation about the rights of student trustees at the board table as a whole. We often say that student trustees are equal at the board table and that we're colleagues of the adult trustees. However, our policies and legislation don't reflect that, and we do feel that they should. Being able to share our perspective through our student trustee report and other commentary during board meetings is great, but we have pardon the pun, but we have a very limited range of motion at the board table. So moving a motion is a really significant tool for communicating and ultimately supporting student voice, because motions that get passed result in actionable items for the board, and that's exactly what students want to see. And ultimately, student trustees across the province, ourselves included, feel that being able to start conversations that align with the concerns of students, and we shouldn't have to worry about whether or not our ideas can be put forward and presented at the board table to begin with.
Now, moving on to OSTA's plan for this year. So for the first few months of the school year, they've been surveying student trustees on their thoughts surrounding student trusteeship. And this wasn't just limited to current student trustees. This was also alumni who want to partake. And they also want to be able to utilize the stories and experiences of the student trustees so that they could get a better sense of what this report could look like. So our main focus will be advocating to have a right to move and second motions, as we said, but OSTA has also been creating recommendations that align with the concerns of past and present student trustees. So, for example, whether a student trustee was treated negatively or had an experienced hardships in the role or a lack of resources, that's something that they've been looking into and they want to capture. So that's why they're bringing forward this student trustee today and tomorrow's report back to life and to strengthen the effectiveness of our roles.
So the ultimate goal of this OSTA initiative is for each student trustee and every board to request that the chair of the board send a letter to the Ministry of Education asking for them to amend the Education Act so that student trustees can move and second motions. So as you can see on the screen, there are a number of boards have already sent letters to the ministries requesting this amendment to the Education Act. Earlier you saw Upper Canada District School Board, and in the next slide you'll see the Thames Valley District School Board. And on the following slide, there's also a sample or like a draft motion that we can work on and use to bring forward a motion about the motions at the board table.
So this motion is crucial to move because once the majority of school boards send over their letters of request to the Ministry of Education, we can come together as a collective voice and utilize the updated student trustee today and tomorrow to push the ministry in accepting our recommendations. We'll also keep track of OSTA has been keeping track on which boards have successfully pushed this motion, and hopefully we'll have a good number once we release the revised version of the student trustee today, tomorrow, sometime this year.
And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions and are looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. I totally support this motion or your initiative because actually in, I think it was 2015 or 2016, I wrote a letter as the chair at the time on behalf of the board supporting this exact thing. So this board has had a long history of supporting our student trustees and believing that they are a full member of the board and should have at least the right to move motions. So thank you for bringing it back again, and I fully support this.
Okay, Amy.
Thank you for this opportunity. I think it's wonderful. I fully support it. I would be more than happy to support a letter being written and support you in any other ways that you think you need. Way to go. You guys are always right on top of everything.
Okay, so I see a bunch of hands and I'm hearing support, and we don't necessarily have to go through everybody to say I support this, but we could. But are there any kind of next steps or proposals to advance this? Is that where you're going, Margot? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, echoing everybody else, so fully support, but I'm just wondering, when are you looking at bringing this to, like, and again, you also have to be speaking right now with Leah and Joanna because it's not moved forward yet, but when are you looking at maybe bringing it to the table?
I think we're open to bringing it to the table as early as we can. And so once we have the opportunity to speak with Joanna and Leah, we can start working on the draft motion and then bring it to the board table as early as we can.
Thank you. The next meeting is March 23rd, I think. Yes, 23rd. And agenda setting meeting is coming up on this Thursday. So if you have people have used the word signal quite a bit, but if you want to send a signal to the group, that would be great. And so Andrea and then Gail.
Okay, so I'm cautious about this. I know that's not the popular sentiment at the table right now, but I think that we need to make a very informed decision here because it casts a long shadow. And I just look to some of the very hard decisions that we've had at the table around the PAR, where people, because we are trustees making those decisions, we were lobbied hard, and some of us were threatened around the table, and it is not always a comfortable position to be in, to be able to make those motions and second those motions, because there will be people that come out of the woodwork in topics that are very, very important to them. So I caution this. I think that we need to really think this through. The other part is I might be willing to I'm for potentially moving or seconding, but not moving and seconding one motion, if you know what I mean. So I'm sorry that I'm not all in yet. Perhaps I could be persuaded, but I am, of course, only one voice at this table.
Okay, thank you. And that's the point of debate and also bringing it to committee of the whole, so full consideration of pros and cons can be had, and that can be addressed in your report if you choose to as well. Gail, go ahead. And then I see Joanna will be next.
I think my point has already been made. I was just going to highlight the agenda review upcoming, But also, just because the meeting is on the 23rd, I'm not sure that the folks want to work through the March break, but that does give them a little extra time. I won't be putting out the agenda until a week from today.
Okay. Great. Joanna and then Kelly.
Thanks. I have a question of clarification for Vandy and Casey. You're looking for support for student trustees to be able to move and or second motions. Is there any discussion around qualifying? So this is kind of getting to Andrea's point and her concerns. Was there any discussion around qualifying the types of motions that maybe would be out of scope? So we could see that if, let's say, your particular school was under consideration for closure, you can see the kind of pressure that your entire school community would bring upon you. So was there some thought given to such examples that, there would be certain parameters where a motion maybe is not one for you to be moving or seconding? And my second question is, was there any discussion around, is there consideration being given to also drafting motions, or is it moving and seconding a motion that another trustee puts forward or a recommendation that comes from staff?
And it's very fine to not have answers right now. I'm guessing one of the team is taking notes if they need to be addressed. Because these are the types of questions you'll get at the board table as well.
So to answer, I guess, Joanna's two questions. So to our understanding, the request is that student trustees have basically the equal right as an adult trustee to move and second motion. So there's no qualifier to that. It's just any motion pertaining to any subject. Just as a regular adult trustee, student trustees are requesting the right to be able to do that. I do just want to say, I do understand the concerns that have been brought up. There's certainly, I think, factors that we will take into consideration and we will address when we present this motion at the board table. For us, I think it's really a point of principle. It's about moving past just being sort of a symbolic, having sort of a more symbolic role at the board table and really being able to take action on our own. We're really lucky at this board that we have trustee mentors and we have trustees that are very supportive and do put forward the motions that we suggest, but across the province that may not be the case. And in future boards, we don't know if that will be the case. So allowing for students to really have that independence and be able to bring forward those motions is really, it's a matter of principle. It's about having that independence to really advocate for student voice without having to ask essentially the adults that sit around the table whether or not that's acceptable and whether or not that's something that they support to begin with. So I'll leave it at that. And if maybe Trustee Bao wants to add on, if I've missed anything.
Yeah, and just to answer your second question, I do believe that I think Vandy kind of answered this, but I do think that we also want to be able to draft our own motions, not just move and second other people's motions.
Okay, Kelly, and then we will wrap this topic up and leave it in the hands of those who may be writing a report in the very near future. Go ahead, Kelly.
Well, this may be a bit of a compromise because the last time we had this discussion, this board only supported student trustees moving motions. I didn't realize it was for both. We only supported student trustees moving motions because it was felt then an elected trustee would then second it. So it felt that it was that check for that some of the concerns that I've heard from my fellow trustees, but it still gave the student trustees that ability to put a motion on the table. And just like any of us who put a motion on the table, we have to hope that somebody else will second it. So that is what the board supported the last time. So I'm just putting that out there. It was just to move motions and not to second them.
Thank you. Leah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Because I was going to ask you, can you send that letter through to us, Kelly, from 2015? So may I just clarify, this was not making motions. This was just moving motions. So in 2015, there was no making of motions. So I really would appreciate if we could dig in and see how that read. But I was just, now that I'm hearing from around the table, I wonder if we perhaps should, consider some legal review, just sort of get some oversight as to the, the implications and whether there's maybe some language that can be used to adapt. I don't know if that would make trustees around the table feel better if we had somebody in legal with some oversight to this piece. So that's what I'm kind of thinking. I know that takes time, but I'm wondering if that would give more comfort as to whether the way, I realize that this is a letter to the ministry. It is not making the change. It's advocating for the change. But I think it would be maybe, I think it would be in our best benefit, I think, to understand the implications of this piece so that we are fully supporting it and understand the impact of our words.
Amy.
I would be somewhat reticent to get legal opinion on writing a letter because we're writing a letter to the people who would be making the law, right? The legal opinion would be, well, if they make the law, then it's okay. And if they don't make the law, you can't do it. So getting a legal opinion would be money down the drain, I think. The legislators already have the control over that.
Okay, and with that perspective shared, we'll hear from Jean.
Yeah, I just was quickly reading the Thames Valley and the other board examples that were given, Upper Canada, Thames Valley. And again, to Amy's point, they are about moving or seconding, but not about writing a motion. So I just wanted to bring that forward. However, they do, I'm just reading the right to move and second motions. Now, you could either move a motion or second a different motion. I don't know if it reads that you would both move and second as a student trustee. So we really do need to dig in and make sure that anything that we might write would be acceptable and good practice. Thank you.
Okay, so these are all great comments and considerations for the team who will be writing a report to consider. So you've heard some kind of cautionary notes, some questions that people will be looking for responses to, including that scoping piece. What does it mean? And the OSTA documents may have some more information in there already in terms of what's conceptualized, but so we'll leave it then to the group, Casey, Vandy, and with support from Leah and Joanna. And, if you need to bring it back here for more discussion, that's great. Just let me know or Gail outlined the timelines related to the upcoming agenda cycle. And then after that, we'll be back to the first and third Wednesdays of the month. So thank you both. And welcome to stay or have yourselves a great night. Okay, so we will go then to the item formerly known as 3.2, the LTAP update from Fred. You're back on.
Hi again, everyone. So I will stick to my allotted time. So I went a little bit over on the last one. So I'm just going to load this up. So purpose for tonight's meeting on the LTAP is really, it's kind of a heads up that we're looking, as we had mentioned in earlier iterations of the LTAP, we're really looking at a re-envisioning of the document. So tonight, the purpose of this is to give you a little bit of a sneak peek at what we've been looking at. So we're focusing really on the ERA, or the elementary review area specific pieces, which is the template that we've done so far. So that those are the areas that are very specific to the geographic areas and schools and make up most of the LTAP. So we provided that as an example of what it's to look like, and one in Milton, one in Georgetown, to give you kind of a high growth and a stable neighborhood example. And tonight too, the presentation for tonight also gives you a little bit of insight as to how we're re-envisioning this document and what we're looking to do and what our strategic direction is in moving forward on this new vision for the LTAP. So we'll go through the agenda. I already did. So really the big thing that we really want to do right now is we want to take the LTAP, which is a document that's been pretty consistent over the years, and re-envision it so that we better align it with the board's multi-year strategic plan and those pillars, as well as, because planning services is also a very intricate part and also part of the facility services department, is somewhat marrying the two, so we have a more central location to house some of this information when it's in regards to what facility services is doing, not just with new schools, but with our existing schools and some of those plans moving forward. So really our new vision statement for the LTAP is to engage Halton stakeholders to participate in the accommodation planning process to inform the proposed actions planned in their school communities. And to do this, what we've seen and what we've witnessed and what we've heard in the last, well, at least what I've done in my last two iterations of the LTAP, is that the document in itself as it stands is a very technical, very dense, and very difficult document to navigate. So it makes it very hard and not as accessible for everyone to review and have engagement within it. Because at the end of the day, the purpose of the document is to give the board a strategic direction as to how we're proceeding with our accommodation planning for new schools and existing schools. But it also is an opportunity for the community to speak on, what's happening in their community, and a resource for them to know what is occurring within the communities they live in or are looking to move into. So really, when we started this process of seeing what exactly we wanted to incorporate within the LTAP, is who's the target audience. So obviously, it's our end users, our stakeholders, as well as our staff and our trustees. So we're looking at parents, students, residents, administrative staff, trustees, and also our municipalities. So they are also aware of what our plans are and what direction we're heading, so we can better engage with them in order to advance the new projects that we're doing, because we're always having trouble with time. So the more they're informed earlier on, the easier it is throughout the process. So what we're really looking to achieve, and I think that the biggest piece, I don't want to go through all the points here, but is just making a document that's more accessible, a document that when you're entering it, you're going through an iterative process from top to bottom, and you can see where the big picture is as a board, and then narrow it down to your community level, where you can just find out what's happening, and also giving that direction. So then we have a resource for all levels so that they know what's going to be occurring within their communities, what to expect, and how the board is planning, and what actions we're going to be doing in the next few years. So I'm not going to go through all these points, but when you have some time, these are how we're seeing the LTAP aligning with the 5 pillars of the board's multi-year strategic plan. So the big piece on equity and inclusion is making sure that the document is accessible, that everyone can read it and have a good idea of what's happening, albeit it's going to remain still a complex document. There's a lot of things going on, but the easier we make it for them, the better they can engage in the process and express their voice. In terms of mental health and well-being, the big thing we want to do here is make sure that what we're planning on doing is equitable as much as we can, making sure that we have consideration of what's happened in the past, like boundary reviews, and making sure that the same community is not hit, or making sure that all communities have access to facilities and things like that, having that lens. And one of the big things too is trying to piece some of the concerns in the communities by, again, back to what I was saying earlier, is giving them some certainty as to what we're planning in that community, or what we see as being some future interventions within that community, depending on what's happening, whether it's growth, decline, stability, giving some certainty there. Learning and achievement is, this one's a little bit harder to align in this, but it's really just to try to provide an iterative process along the way as we develop the plan every year. It's been mentioned before in previous meetings is can we give it in more bite-sized pieces so people can digest it as it goes along, not only at the trustee level, but also community level and continuing to have that engagement. For environmental leadership, we're obviously having due consideration on how we plan to make sure that what we're doing has a lens to environmental sustainability, the centrality of our schools, things like that. And last but not least, the Indigenous perspective and awareness. What we're trying to do here, and we're still developing our ideas, but some of the preliminary thoughts is trying to, it's a very geographic centric document. So maybe trying to align some of those geographies so people are more aware of what's in their community and how their community is aligned to maybe the treaty lands or other things that they may not be aware of right now. So we're still exploring some of those lenses. But those are kind of the visions we have, and they're still in development, but how we want to integrate some of these pieces within the LTAP as best we can. I won't go through all this, but I'm providing you this resource, which is the table of contents of what is going to end up being in the LTAP. A lot of it is similar to what we have now. It's just the way in which we're presenting the information. We're trying to make it more direct, more visual, and more accessible. And I've noted some areas where there's going to be some new sections as part of the different areas in the LTAP. So I encourage you to have a look at that. The big piece I'm just going to go over very quickly tonight is in our municipal sections. These are the ERAs and the SRAs where it's very much the granular level of what's happening at the community in a smaller geography, which we're going to show tonight. And these are some of the new things we're looking to incorporate as part of it. So again, we'll go through the list. I'll just show you what we're developing here. So the intent is when you open it up and you're at your ERA, that, we'll try to figure out ways on how you can define that and make it more accessible on an online module. But here what we're looking at is first start with an area overview. What's the geography? What's in there? The age of the neighborhood? Is it established? Is it in growth? Is it a mix? Right at the onset, give them a very brief summary of what the recommendations are in the area, just kind of like an executive summary almost, and also mention what's happened in the past, just so that they know that we have a lens of when we're making future decisions, we're also having regard for what we did previously. Then the next centerfold is going to be focusing on enrollment, utilization, available classrooms, and providing some discourse around that to explain what's happening on an enrollment standpoint. And then afterwards, we move into the accommodation plans and considerations. So this is where we start having some discourse as to what to expect, what's happening in the community, and how that leads into future recommendations on what we do. We have the standard enrollment projection charts for that area, which you've seen before. We've incorporated more FTK data in this case. So when it comes to, or kindergarten data, I should say, when it comes to our projections, really, especially at the elementary level, the kindergarten is one of the main inputs. Whatever goes in on year one will really define your 10-year projection. So we want to start showing there what the trends are. Is it up? Is it down? How's it compared to the rest of the municipality in the region? And we're also talking about the development breakdown. So this is the other piece of the puzzle of how much development is driving growth within that area. Here we're looking at a more visual approach on providing school profiles. So we're giving a little bit of a snapshot of the school, picture of it, but as well as giving some detailed facility information on the age of the school, its condition. We're demonstrating what programs are available there with these little widgets that we're providing, as well as the partnerships that each one of these schools have within them. If we have schools that are planned or under construction, we'll also make mention of them so that, we're not waiting till the school opens. We can provide a little bit of a synopsis and a sneak peek of what's to occur. And the last piece in that ERA section is we're still in development working with facility services, but one fold we want to speak to what's the vision for this area, what's facilities looking at, what are some key indicators, some metrics, things to consider, future plans. So we're working through that. We're going to talk about obviously the facility condition index, which is the universal, I guess, language that facility uses when speaking with ministry as to how our schools perform and some of the renewal works we do. So that's part of it, but we also want to add some more discourse around it. And on the last fold to the right in the blue, that's where we're going to outline our future recommendations in the immediate term, which is the 1 to 2 years, the medium term, which is 3 to 5, and long-term 5+ years. So that way we can define the issue in the area and then say what some of the recommended actions could be. Again, all subject to board approvals later on, but it gives a picture of what's going to happen. Is there going to be stability? So if somebody's looking to move in, or if they're in the community and want to know what's happening, it's a very direct way to find out, okay, this is what I can expect, and that they're not a surprise, or they're prepared, or they can ask their questions in advance. I've provided the equivalent to Georgetown as well. For the most part, it's the same context. Sometimes there'll be less to be said, sometimes there'll be more, it all depends. You'll note that probably more so in stable areas where they're kind of at that nice stable peak where they're not over capacity that much, and they're just doing well, where there may not be as many actions. But again, we can look at providing recommendations or things to look for in the future. I won't go through all of this in detail, but we are removing components of the LTAP. I'll be completely transparent with you there. One of the big things that we're looking to remove is the high level of detail and data associated to the French immersion program. A lot of that in terms of the French immersion apportionment for each one of the ERAs and all the specifics. We almost had like a page or two per ERA based on just French alone. So, and I understand why that came to be, because French immersion became a very large accommodation issue over the 2010 leading up to the grade 2 change. I think now it's time we can pull back a little bit. It's not to say we won't provide all the information, but it'll be a little bit more curated to just give you probably the stats between grade 1 to grade 2 by school as a historic, just to give an idea. But it won't be the central discussion in each ERA. I think we're shifting back to the focus, and let's look at it holistically, not just French immersion. Same thing with the general enrollment. So we're gonna try to remove a lot of the repetition on how we present enrollments in different lights. We're going to try to just keep it more simple and then just straight to the point. So a lot of those tables you won't see. The popular tables, the ones that I know have been very useful, like the large fold-out table is staying. So that's always been a very good table to have. And then there's a few other things in the ERA, SRA data sheets that we're also removing or consolidating with other areas, just to make it a little bit more easy to read and easier to navigate and get to the point at the end of it. It's not to say this information's lost, which is another thing. It's just that the information won't be published in this kind of format, so we can focus more on how do we make it more accessible. So in terms of what's new, I've gone through a little bit of it, but like really the big thing is the new visual direction to make it more something that's more accessible on that front. And a few other pieces we discussed. What to expect in the future. I think now that we've reduced the amount of time that we have to do in terms of curating the data, reviewing numbers of like a number of data sheets, we're going to take that time and put it elsewhere and start exploring more interactive ways of going through the LTAP. So a good example is our municipal ward boundary maps that we used for the trustee distribution, as well as some of the things we've been doing with our boundary reviews is how do we make something more accessible so you can go in and instead of maybe navigating very large document, maybe finding ways to direct you more interactively into the document. So as years go by, we'll start looking at what kind of modules we can do so that it's more live and online. That will take time, but we want to shift some of our focus from publishing all of it in one physical document towards maybe some more interactivity as we move towards more digital world. I don't think the document in physical form is going away anytime soon, but we want to have kind of a balance between the two as we go through this. So in terms of next steps, obviously, I'm happy to take any questions tonight, but what we're intending to do as planning services is certainly to come back in the next, over the next few committee of the whole meetings, have some checkpoints and gather additional feedback. I know we're limited in time tonight, but my intent is from here till April 13th, be happy to gather any feedback and maybe have a follow-up discussion on what we presented tonight. And on April 13th, we'll also present other sections of the LTAP as we move through it. And we're happy to take comments along the way because your commentary will inform the template that we're working on so that we can incorporate that in all the other ERAs we have to build up. So that's it for me. I'm happy to take any questions and thank you.
Okay, excuse me, there are a few people with their hands up at this point, and just depending on how it goes, just in terms of our timing, maybe we'll need to create a Google Doc or something if there are a lot of comments, but really appreciate the heads up and snapshot of what's to come. Let me look. Donna, then Joanna, and then Jean.
Thank you. And I know we are pressed for time, so I will be brief, but I couldn't let the opportunity to go by to not say, wow. Fred, just gratitude from this particular trustee for there's a whole trend now to make things much more user-friendly and accessible and easier to understand. And I just wanted to tell you, I think this is a fabulous way forward, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the finished product. Thank you. And now I'll be quiet because I know we're pressed for time. But I just had to say, wow, thank you.
Okay, Joanna.
Yes, Fred, ditto. Congrats to you and your team. I mean, I can imagine what shift it had to take to go from what we had to this very comprehensive report. I love absolutely every component of it. And I love that you tied in so many different areas. So the facility services index issues, which, gives one moment to think about what capital improvements are required. So it goes beyond just the numbers. It's about understanding the school and understanding the community. And I'm wondering if you can actually add a few more pieces that would be directly related to the environmental stewardship piece. And maybe you already have that, so I apologize. But, thinking about what are some of the deficits or some of the projects underway, so that looking at that information, we actually have a good reminder of what the deficit might be or what's kind of in the works. So I think I'll leave it at that, but oh my God, amazing, love it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jean.
Yes, thank you very much to Fred. I just wondered, at the end of the day, we have to look at this document and figure out who the users are of this document. And in knowing who the users are, have we consulted with them to find out what they want to know? And I'm thinking that if it's parents that we're shaping this document to be able to address, or if it's other members of the community, or if we're trying to get partnerships established. Just trying to figure out who is this document for, and have we consulted with them that we're ticking all the boxes of the information that they would like to see?
That's a great question, Jean, and the answer is yes and no. Yes, in that I know. Yes, in that we're taking this feedback from the previous 2 iterations of the LTAP, at least that I've been involved with, and some of the feedback of what they thought about the document and what they were looking for. There is a question in the feedback form that we send out when we do circulate the LTAP, which we've had a good response rate in the last 2 rounds. Where these are some of the things that came up, like complex, like there's a clear misunderstanding of the document, or it's not as clear. So I think the message was certainly clear in that, it's not as clear as it should be to let them know what's happening in their community. And I think they feel sometimes a little lost. That's the sense we got. And we heard a lot of things like it's too long. It's like, how do we find it? We also heard some things like some of the small changes we made in the last iteration of like the executive summary, like summaries up front so that you can get to the information quicker, or things like that. So we're taking a lot of it to build on this one. The other thing, and to the no component of how we no, I have not, is we haven't directly asked the community what exactly they're looking for in this one. So what we're hoping is, because this is a fluid document, we want to start small on this one and not trying to do too much right away. So we have our vision on where we want to go over the years, and we're definitely going to build on it as we go. So we get to a point where at least we're providing like the core of it, and then we can start as we survey our community and gain feedback of that will be our spot check. and then that'll guide us on what we need to add. And if we're missing the mark, then we can definitely resolve it that way. But it's certainly going to continue being a question of what did you like or what didn't you like. And I think now that we have a new version of the LTAP, our questions are going to be a little bit more targeted towards it as opposed to just being very general. We're going to start really pinpointing on, is it more readable? Is it this and this? And then use that to gauge if we need to, course redirect or maybe drop something and add something else and see how it goes. So, like I said, it's going to be a pretty fluid document, and we're going to continue to try to see where we can make enhancements and make it more interactive as we go on. So I hope that answers.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much, Fred.
Alrighty. Thank you. So it looks like there are no other questions or comments at this time. So we will move forward in our agenda, and thanks very much, Fred.
Thanks, everyone. Like I said, if you could just provide me comments as you go or as you digest or things you'd like to see, if you just note it, then we'll file it and we'll start looking at how we can address that. So thanks again, everyone.
Thank you. Have a great night. And we have been sitting for a while, so let's just do the admin procedure because Sari joined us a few minutes ago, and this first part is very information dense. So let's do this. So Sari can go on with his night, and then we'll take a 5-minute break for everybody to get re-energized. And then we'll launch into kind of the trustee conversations and agenda items. Go ahead, Sari, you're here to talk about the child abuse reporting procedure.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Tracy. So I'm on a timer. I'll be very succinct. Good evening, everyone. With me is also General Manager Alison Vader-Ippolito. Alison's work engages this procedure quite often, and she had a significant role in the 2 or 3 significant revisions that we are bringing before you. So before I turn it over to Alison, quickly by way of context and background, the child abuse reporting procedure is essentially a document that sets out the duties, the responsibilities of school board staff who suspect that a child or a student has suffered abuse or harm, or maybe at risk of suffering abuse, neglect, or harm. This procedure is derived from legislation, the Child, Youth, and Family Services legislation. And it also cross-references a couple of policies and administrative procedures from our board. The final version of this procedure that we will bring to you to the board meeting on the 23rd will cross-reference the respectful workplace policy, as well as the newly published Safe and Accepting Schools policy, and also the HDSB anti-sex trafficking administrative procedures. So I'll turn that over to Alison, who will speak to the 2 revisions that she had worked on with other stakeholders on the board. So over to you, Alison. Thank you.
Thanks, Sari. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I just want to briefly draw your attention to 2 specific changes. The first was that the anti-sex trafficking AP is also cross-referenced in it. That is a new revision. The second significant change is actually Appendix 4. It is a new form. And prior to the revision, there was one form, one standard report that all employees would complete when making a child protection concern to CAS. And the intent of the original form was for an employee to provide record the details that were provided to CAS when making a call. And that form was kept provided to the principal and then kept with the principal in a confidential manner in the office. So the reason for creating a second form, Appendix 4, is that it's specific for our professional services staff. And there are 3 reasons why we had to create a second form. The first is that the professional services staff, the disciplines, are actually governed by PHIPA, and they also have college requirements. And the information contained in the original form may actually be considered health information. So because of the nature of the role, they're held to a higher standard regarding the storage. The second reason is that in the event that they're making a call directly related to a student that is on their caseload or that they support, they would potentially have additional information into the personal nature of that student's family or circumstances, right? But then perhaps another employee that doesn't work in the same capacity as a professional services staff. And then the third reason why this change has come is because professional services staff actually have an electronic filing system for their caseloads and any information or calls that they make to CES. So the information is still maintained and still recorded and still kept for the board. It's just in a different format. So that's the reason for the change. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
And just for the benefit of our trustees, this procedure also engages the obligation to report not only of grounds of concern, in terms of a child being at risk of harm at the school, also at the house. So if you, as a caregiver, as a caring adult, as a professional in a school, is suspecting that there's neglect, harm, or abuse of a child that's occurring at the house, you have a duty to call. And if the source of the offender is one of our staff, you also have a duty to report. So it engages both settings, the home setting and the school setting.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands up. Yes, I do. Go ahead, Vandy.
Thank you so much. So actually at our last Senate meeting, we discussed some of the APs that pertain to sort of harassment, bullying, safe schools in general, the sex trafficking protocol. And so the child abuse AP kind of falls in line with some of the discussions that we were having. And in specific, students were wondering what or how staff are held accountable to that duty to report. So we kind of explained what the duty to report means, but what happens if they don't report, I guess, was a question that I guess we didn't really have the answers to, and I'm hoping you could maybe fill us in on.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that question. The duty to report is rooted in legislation. So all staff have an obligation to do so if they suspect harm to a student or a child, whether it be by a staff or from the home. If there is concerns that a staff member has not fulfilled that duty to report, then the concern can certainly be brought to administration or the Human Resources Department, and we would look into it just the same as we would any other concern of staff conduct.
Thank you so much for that response. I do have a second question if I'm allowed to ask that. Okay. I understand that this protocol is specifically for sort of staff, but we were wondering whether when it comes to reporting child abuse, if there is something like, the confidential bullying reporting line for, let's say, non-staff or students to report. Or if it's all done through the same confidential reporting.
So I can take this one, Alison. So thanks, Vandy. Great question. So this AP applies to everyone in our buildings. So volunteers, students, trustees, senior admin, professionals, school-based staff. So anyone who has reasonable grounds, and there's also the idea that those reports can't be made in a vexatious manner. They're made in good faith. And even if the reports don't amount to anything, you're protected. So there's no penalty for making a report that doesn't amount to anything. But to your question, if a student is suspicious that another student is being harmed, you have a duty to report. It's not rooted in legislation as far as you being considered a professional or a caring adult. But on ethical and moral grounds, I would say you have a duty to report it to your teacher, to your parent, and that way we can engage that administrative procedure. We don't have I don't know if I understood you correctly, a whistleblower kind of a framework, an anonymous reporting. I do know that there's anonymous reporting vehicles with respect to online bullying. In this case, with respect to child abuse, that framework doesn't exist, but nonetheless, if anyone at your school is suspicious of any kind of harm or neglect, I would encourage them and compel them to speak to an adult in the school, which engages this AP.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for clarifying that the duty to report applies to everyone, even though it's not rooted in legislation for students. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Since there's no other hands up, I have a couple of things. Thing number one is in the second paragraph, it talks about the procedure applies to youth under age of 18, and see Appendix 2 for procedures pertaining to students 18 and up. Appendix 2, though, references students 16 and up. So I just wonder what happened to the 17-year-olds. Maybe it's just a miscommunication between the main body and the appendix. And the second thing is just with respect to engaging volunteers in this process. We haven't had volunteers in the schools in a while, but it sounds like people will be coming back. And this has been around for a while, 5 years, I guess. My volunteering time in the schools was largely before that, but I'm not sure if volunteers are aware of this. So I just wonder what steps we'll take to let people know that this is their responsibility.
You want me to take this one, Allison, or you go ahead?
Yeah, no, thank you, Tracy, for bringing that to my attention. I'll take a review of the body of the flow charts there. The volunteers, when they can be brought on in any capacity, right? Yeah, whether it's at the school or in other departments. So when they are brought in, they too have to complete forms, right? And sign off similar to a CBC, and they would be required to follow the duty to report, and they'd be obligated to follow the AP as well. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's a great, thanks, Tracy, for bringing that up. You know, our employees are sort of on a schedule and a cycle in terms of training, be it the automated notification system or otherwise. As Allison pointed out, the volunteers are onboarded in I would say, a bit more casual, informal way. But yeah, we can for sure remind our principals or resurrect or ensure that these forms, onboarding forms, include a reference to the AP. So that's a great suggestion and good feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, have yourselves a great night, or feel free to stay. But thanks for bringing this information to this place, and we'll see it again at the board table next time around, which is great.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye, Allison. And so for trustees, it's 7:54, so we are a bit behind, but again, very information dense agenda tonight. So if we can take a 5-minute stretch break and come back at right 8 o'clock, and then we'll get into our interactive board self-assessment session. And welcome, Heather. Nice to see you. Okay, 5 minutes. See ya. Margot, I'm wondering if when I start or Andrea, if you're able to share the agenda and everything, then okay, and click on the links and all. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 8 o'clock, everybody, and welcome back. Let's see, if you are back, please show yourself. Hello, awesome, in one way or another, perfect. So we do have a quorum back, so we will proceed then. And I'd like to welcome everybody to our first board self-assessment session with the new standing committee. So we are following through on a motion that was made a couple of months ago that in lieu of a self-assessment survey at this point in time, that we would do a self-assessment session at the committee of the whole. So here's the agenda. Briefly, I'm going to do an introduction and then turn it over to Andrea. And we have some small group work to look at goals that we'd like to establish from now to the end of term. Then Margot will jump in and we'll talk about the tools for the self-assessment. And then it will be over to Donna to bring it home with the draft terms of reference that's been created, as well as a draft report and related motions. And then we'll celebrate because we're going to do it all in less than an hour. Okay, so first, let me tell you about board self-assessment history. So we've created this timeline, not only for us today, but moving forward for when we forget from whence we've come. So here it is. It documents our first self-assessment process, which we undertook back in 2018. There's hot links in here that if you're interested, you can go back and look at the survey instrument that we used, that we developed firstly based on best practices, and we used, there's the analysis that we completed, and then we did a benchmarking report. Then our second self-assessment survey we did a year later in November 2019, and we reported out in 2020. And what we were able to do then was compare the two. So how are we doing? And we created a scorecard. And then we adapted during the pandemic, and the subcommittee that was meeting at the time, we revisited that scorecard and we renewed those goals given that we hadn't fully accomplished them yet. And we did that back in the fall, September 2020. And then this year in November 2021, we created through motion a board self-assessment standing committee. The group has created a resource repository for those moving forward. And after tonight, we will have delivered this session and created end of term goals. So then back to, right. Oh, yes, that's the spine-tingling conclusion. So why carry out self-assessment? And we invite you just in the chat in 1 minute to enter the reasons why you think we carry out self-assessment. What's the benefit? So if people would kindly chat. Yep, absolutely. So we're seeing some themes there around continuous improvement, better practices, being able to measure how we're doing as we move along, and reflecting good governance practices. Absolutely. So Andrea, if you wouldn't mind clicking on the link, why? So here's what OESC tells us about why in module 21. So it allows us to reflect on how successful we, the Board of Trustees, is in focusing on what matters most to student achievement, well-being, and good governance, which of course are our legislated duties. So there is, while it's not mandated that we do this, it is a best practice. And as is pointed out, good governance doesn't just happen. Okay, and then moving from there, we go back to the agenda briefly. And I'm just going to give you a snapshot with the report recommendations that Donna will loop back to where we hope to get the group to by the end of the time frame. And then I will have made up 5 minutes as well. Okay, so 2 things. Firstly, we've created this report, and by the end of the session, we hope to get to a place where, 1, we are able to recommend a set of self-assessment goals to the end of this term. And then secondly, that we're able to recommend to the board approval of the first terms of reference for the standing committee. So that's kind of where we are and where we hope to go. And with that, I will turn it over to Andrea for our next portion, which is around those goals. And I can be putting I'll put the link to the overall document in the chat box so people can then connect to their small group links.
Okay, so the next part is, I guess I will actually put up the goals here. There we go. So these are the goals that were established, and you can see that down the side here, these are the goals that were originally established, and then we had reflections and recommendations in September 2020, and the color coding is outlined up at the top. So green means they've been mainly completed, yellow in progress, pink not completed. So what we're going to do is split into 3 groups. And the groups are, they're actually in that document, but I can also put them in the chat. And what you're going to do is, if you're group 1, you're going to look at these 2 goals and sort of look at, is it still relevant? Are modifications needed? Do you think we can complete it before September? Or is it already complete? So we're going to have 10 minutes to do that. And so this particular screen, Kevin, just letting you know, is going to be dead for about 10 minutes. And what I'll do is I'll text everyone when it's time to come back in, and then we'll go through very quickly a little sort of mini group summary of each of those goals. So, I see that that Tracy has put the groups in to the chat. So all you need to do is click on the link that is associated with your name, and then you'll all link. You all need to link to this document here, which is also in the chat. Or you can just have one person do it, I suppose, and be your recorder. But you can all be in there and then just work on your area. So Margot, Amy, and Jean, you'll be working on the first 2 items. Donna, Leah, Kelly, and Tanya will be working on the second set here. And the third group is Tracy, Joanna, and Heather will be working on the last point. And I have a timer ready to go. So you are welcome. Do you have any questions before we head into our little groups to discuss this? Seeing none, I have a timer. And as I said, I'll text you just before the timer runs out. Okay? So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye. I can't tell if people are back or not. There's group 3. Anybody here from group 1 or 2?
Go group 3.
Yay, group 3. I wonder if the other groups, if they have it open in another tab, can hear me saying, hey, it's time.
We're almost done in group 1. I just came back to tell you we're almost done. We just had a really good conversation and it was hard to shut it down.
Okay.
So I'm back. I'm the biggest troublemaker, so you know they'll be back quick. There they are. See? Right after me.
So we're still missing anybody here from group 2?
Somebody made our text purple halfway through our discussion.
I'm going to pop into group 2. Hold on.
Group 2 is wrapping up.
Oh, okay.
Group 2 has left the building.
Well, I'm glad there were good discussions going on. So I will get back to presenting this window here.
They say they'll be back in a minute.
Well, they better have some extra special quality work coming.
I don't see anything in the chart from group 2.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah. There's some, Donna's typing right now. Maybe they've taken written notes and they're going to put it in. Mm-hmm.
Why don't you review group 1 while Donna's typing in our group 2 stuff?
Okay, can you hear us? Just
Yes,
we're all back.
You're all back. Okay, I can't tell. I've got my screen has got the presentation up. So, okay, someone from group 1, which is Margot, Amy, and Jean. Would you like to go through your 2 items?
We can. Amy, do you want to go?
Sure.
Sure.
So we were talking about rules of the road, and there had been a suggestion last time we did the review that there should be ongoing mention of the rules at most meetings, and that we should feature one rule at each meeting and name it explicitly. So we tackled the second part first, where we said we're not so sure that we ought to be breaking it down into each rule because that seemed a little bit pedestrian. We're all adults. We're not in elementary school kind of thing. It seemed almost a little bit demeaning. And we also felt that it might single out a trustee if they felt that perhaps it was targeting them, if there was a sensitivity there because of something that may have been said or done recently, and they're thinking, oh, they're talking about me, and that's not a good feeling. So we thought perhaps that wouldn't be a great idea. And then we had a suggestion that instead of saying, as per our rules of the road, we really ought to be saying as per our bylaws, because our rules of the road are all within our bylaws. There's nothing in our rules of the road that aren't in our bylaws. And I think the majority of trustees don't really look at the bylaws very often. And the bylaws are what govern us. That is our tool. And if we're not using it, and instead we're relying on the rules of the road, then that causes a lot of confusion at the board table about, are we allowed to do this? Are we allowed to do that? And if people were more familiar with the bylaws, then when Tanya and I presented revised bylaws that we were bringing tonight, we wouldn't have as many questions because people would already know the answers because they would already have a familiarity with them and they would already be comfortable with them. So that was how we felt about that. And then there was some other discussion that perhaps the term rules of the road is pretty folksy and comfortable, whereas more professional to refer to the bylaws because that's our actual official document. So that was the summary there.
Great. Does anyone briefly outside of the group have any comment about that? Just looking. Nope. Okay. How about your second one? Again, briefly.
I'll let someone else take the second one. Jean or Margot?
Jean, how about you take it? Because I typed. But you are muted.
Sorry, I have to get really close to the screen to read it. It's so small, the print. Oh gosh. There, thank you.
I can read it for you, Jean. They got it?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. So this is all about the enhanced financial awareness. How much do we understand about the financial implications of decisions being made and how well do they correspond to the multi-year plan? And what we had as comments was that we think that some inroads have been made. None of us felt that we have the full picture. We talked about a couple of examples where we thought that a change was made that had great financial implications, but also great program implications. And we didn't feel that we knew enough about the change to be able to talk to the program implications. And so we may need to work and focus on all of us being provided with more information, more detailed breakdown so that we would have the larger picture and could explain things. I don't know. Did I miss anything there, Amy or Margot?
All good. That was perfect.
Okay, excellent. Just in case anybody else outside the group has a comment, briefly. Tanya, go ahead.
I wasn't part of this group, but I fully agree with those two, what was said by Amy and Jean.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to now move on to group 2. Sorry, this is across the boundaries here, but who would like to speak from group 2 about the first item? Go right ahead. Donna?
Does anybody want to, or do you want me to? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, so that most of our discussion was on this first piece because Tanya let us know that the governance committee has been working on identifying a procedure and is planning to raise this director hiring as an issue and to create a documented process. We talked about how the whatever procedure we create would need to include both process as well as a workshop on developing targets and goals for a director search. It was mentioned that it's the director's role to build succession skills within their staff, but the trustee's role to oversee the director as their sole employee, because there was a little bit of discussion around the process regarding succession planning. So we wanted to clarify that out in terms of the roles and responsibilities. And we also thought that it was very, very important that whatever this process procedure is, that it be written down so that it can ensure consistency going forward, because we talked about, Kelly was in a situation of leading a director search when we hired Stuart, but she had not been a part of the previous director search, yet I had been a part of it. So you end up getting conflicting, well, we did it this way last time, no, we did it this way the time before, and things like that. So the idea being that if it is written down and there's a process, then it is so much easier for everyone to get on board and understand the same framework early on in the process. And I looked at Kelly, Leah, and Tanya. Did I miss anything?
All good.
Can I clarify one thing? So when Amy and I talked about it, we identified the need for it. So as long as we're clear and we've identified the need, we're not volunteering to do it.
I heard you volunteer. I distinctly heard that.
Because there is a lot of great information out there. So I think it would be a matter of us, or anyone really, making a recommendation to create a work group to get the task done. So I don't know at which point Amy and I were thinking of bringing this forward. Maybe Amy, you can jump in and say something.
Yeah, we're currently doing the bylaws as well as the committee's policy and governance procedure. This was one of the things we wanted to do next. And so it's on the list, but it's definitely a case of we will be coming and asking who wants to be on the working group, because this is a brand new piece. There's a lot of information at hand, but this is a brand new piece. This is creating a brand new policy and a brand new governance procedure. And so, yeah, we see this as something that the two of us shouldn't be trying to tackle on our own. It stretches us a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Tracy, you had something?
Yes, I was just going to ask, and this is in the spirit of kind of packaging these things up as a draft set of goals to the end of this term. Do you see that it's possible to identify and build out that piece before the end of the term?
I think it's imperative to do it, because if not all of us get reelected, then all the knowledge is lost. I mean, I tried to share as much as I could from the last process and the current process that we just went through. There's all the information that you and Andrea had. So that all needs to be distilled and combined into some type of a process, which is what we were talking about, because otherwise, if everybody's new coming back, and in 4 or 5 years, if we have a new director or have to do a search and there's a whole new board, no one knows what to do.
Yep, just check in. Yes. Thank you. Amy?
So from the perspective of the governance standing committee, we will bring forward a motion then to form a working group. And the working group, if you feel that you can get the work done in a quick way, because really we ought to be getting all of these governance pieces in place in June. Mm-hmm. We don't want to be doing these in September when elections are happening and people are running for election. We might be seen as a lame duck board passing all this new stuff. So the quicker we can get things written, the better. So Tanya and I can absolutely bring forward a motion to create a working group.
Thanks.
I don't believe this would be considered a lame duck thing. It's a process piece, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't think it's lame duck either, but I'm looking from the public perspective.
Okay, are we good to move on to the next item? Support trustee effectiveness and well-being.
And this isn't one we spend as much time on, because we did have a great deal of discussion on the first one. We did talk about the early onboarding and then the importance of the trustee assist. We do feel this is very much still relevant. We've come a long way, but there's still work to be done. There was an understanding that this is fluid and ongoing and may never actually be done, because as there's new ministry initiatives and things like that, trustee development will need to continue. And pointed out that we do have an onboarding committee, and that onboarding committee could take this work on and continue it, and the onboarding committee should continue past this year. And getting it done for September, there is some work coming later from the onboarding committee that I wouldn't be surprised if this could be done before June.
Okay, any other?
Who's typing?
Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, just something that occurred to me, and I think it fits in here, and that's when we think about professional development, I know we always have good intentions and we want to get it in as soon as we can, but some of those sessions we've waited for a bit to get into, and I'm wondering if we could have a plan, thinking, from the perspective of if there's a lot of new members, what do you want to do like early on in the first year, and then subsequent sessions. And if there is, a lot of returning members, then maybe, what are some of the additional types of topics to consider?
Donna?
I think we can make recommendations for the next board, but we cannot make commitments, any financial commitments to hire training or anything. I don't believe that we would be able to put that in place. That would be the responsibility of the new board. And I see Amy has raised her hand, so I could be wrong.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, there is one way to do that, and that is through the trustee expense policy, where we're asked to make an amendment to have governance training every year. So the training that we receive from Lori Luckenock is specifically what I'm talking about. Talking about Robert's Rules of Order newly revised, and conduct at the board table and things like that. Those are the kinds of pieces that should be done on an annual basis. And we are going to be bringing an amendment to the trustee expenses that would be coming from the prior term reserve. So if that is put into the policy, then it would require somebody to take it out of the policy in order for it not to happen. So that's a case where we actually could do something like that. It's very similar to what we've got in place about going to PES. It encourages it, and it makes somebody have to stop and say, hey, wait a minute, we're not following our policy.
Good point, Amy. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to group 3. Who would like to talk about that?
I can. Okay. Yes. All right. So with this first one, it was about enhancing the role of trustees in the community. And so we're recognizing that we have the work of the trustee promotion and onboarding subcommittee that's ongoing right now. We're going to hear more of what they are proposing later in this meeting. And that group, we just wanted to remind of the elevator pitch work that went on earlier that Tanya worked on. And the other piece of that came up was, it would be appreciated if a concerted effort could be made to identify trustees when they've been requested to attend events external to the HDSB. It's been the experience of some trustees that there's an invitation extended and trustees attend, and then all other elected officials are introduced, minus trustees. So it's a bit kind of counterintuitive to raising that profile so people know what we do. So that was the first one. And then the second one is related to just the next governance assessment cycle and utilizing the terms of reference when it's approved. We believe that the next governance assessment cycle should be completed early in the next term, and that the results should be compared to earlier benchmark surveys and develop a new set of goals. So we will have hopefully accomplished these goals. That assessment will help that group of trustees to look forward early in their term with a new set of goals.
And if I could add to the first part, and Tracy might want to add that to the notes so we don't forget, introducing the trustees, that's also an issue in some of our schools. When we attend, maybe a parent event, like a parent engagement event, spring carnival, whatever it is, some principals are very mindful to introduce us, and some just don't think of it. So it's that education piece that this is a board member, and the community. It's a great opportunity for the community to meet their trustee and see who they are. And the same goes for schools sharing our information out, whether it's a newsletter or whatever, some kind of a communique. That really there should be some onus from senior team to let staff know that that's kind of the expectation, right? That if we put out a newsletter to our school, we expect that it's shared with the entire school community and not just select few.
Okay, is there any further comment from people outside of that group? Okay, so I thank you very much, everybody, for contributing to this part of the assessment or the self-assessment. And now we're going to go back to our items here. Oops. And we are on to Margot. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Andrea. So if you can pull up the second raspberry slide.
Mm-hmm.
So again, when we're looking at how we are assessing, how we're doing and referring what we're doing, we have already made a start in looking at the tools that we can use to assess what we're doing. We have done surveys of the board and the committee members, and we are wondering what you as a group feel about the other tools that OESC has suggested to be used. So we could do something like review and do an analysis of board agenda and minutes, focus groups with staff, community members, and other stakeholders to see how they feel about the governance at the board. Interviews with board members and the director of education. And this already has kind of been done slightly informally, just in the training that we've had. There have been calls out from people who have done our training to speak to certain individuals just to get a flavor of what's going on. And that even there, it's sort of a first step in that piece. And then the use of an outside facilitator consultant for observations or guided discussions. Now, when I first looked at this idea of having somebody observe, it sounds somewhat intrusive because you think about sitting at a board table and know somebody is watching you. But we really have also somewhat already started with this, because when Lori came to do our training, she observed some of our board meetings before she spoke to us. So she could, she said, I've watched some of your board meetings. So those are observations in a more sort of passive mode, because it's not actually being there and being involved. So I do think there are some ways that we have already started to experiment with that we could just continue to look at. And then as well, can you think of any other ways that we could maybe look at finding ways to be introspective and improve our practice? So this is just a little bit of a quick open floor if anybody has any suggestions or ideas. Tanya.
I don't know if anyone's going to like my idea, but we're asking outsiders to assess us. Isn't there an opportunity for us to assess each other? For example, I can, indicate that, hey, you trustee A, you are a great speaker, you come prepared, but you trustee B, you talk too much, you're not prepared. Because we see ourselves and we are our own best critic. So just a thought, we could do, it could be anonymous, but if we're looking for outside evaluation, I think we work with each other the most. So it would be maybe prudent to start within ourselves before we go outside.
I do think that's a valid point. And again, I think that comes into when we look at having focus groups, even from within. So looking at having that shared communication from within. Andrea.
That's a little dicey. I mean, we are all a very congenial group, I have to admit, one of the best groups I've ever worked with. But not all boards are like this. And so the next board that comes in may not be great on that. You never know. So I think there needs to be definitely some flexibility to look outside for outside observation, especially if we're all wiped off the slate. That next board is probably going to need some serious help anyways, just functioning. If that happens to be, I hope it doesn't happen, but you never know. It's an election. So there you go.
And again, you know, further to both what Andrea and Tanya are saying is kind of that in tandem approach that we're looking at. So it's not that we're just choosing one method. We're looking at how we can marry these methods together. You know, it talks about interviews with board members and the director of education. Well, that's where I would think, Tanya, we would have that opportunity for our own self-reflection or self-review of ourselves as a board, but then also having that impartial piece from outside to validate or, I don't know, do something in terms of making what we're saying legitimate. I think Kelly was next.
Thanks. I have to agree with Andrea. I have been on boards that I would not want to have, even if they thought it was constructive criticism, because I think it would have been even more divisive and hurtful. And you got to think, you know, you're going to know if it's one of your colleagues that is actually doing this. And if it's, depending on how you take it, even if it was a positive constructive, it could be very hurtful. And you do not want to destroy relationships at the board table. So I have a real difficulty with doing something like that. I just can see more pitfalls than bonuses.
Great, thank you. Amy will be our last speaker. Again, looking at what we have and what we're all suggesting, it sounds like using these suggestions and modifying or adjusting them to fit our practices working. Amy, go ahead.
I can see putting a toolbox together and saying, these are the tools at your disposal. Use them as you see fit, and not being prescriptive and saying you shall give a performance appraisal on your colleagues, because that could be painful. Absolutely could be painful. Or you could have somebody that's so nice that they can't tell you that, you know, you do something that really annoys everybody else, but they won't tell you. And that's not good either. So I think it's good, just give people the toolbox and tell them it's at their disposal.
Great, thank you. Tracy, I saw your hand up, and I don't know if it's just to move on to the next piece, but I think, again, looking at what we've talked about and looking at the bullets that we have here, these 5 different suggestions, really give us a good sort of starting point to look at how we can move forward. So I appreciate all of your feedback. And I'm going to pass it back to, do you want me to pass it directly to Donna, or Tracy, do you want to do an interim in between?
I'll just say that Donna is next up, and the draft terms of reference really is a good segue because it is written to say this is your range of tools. So exactly what Amy said, basically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. My job is to take you through the terms of reference, and they are pretty self-explanatory. I'll give you a quick overview. It's not my goal to read them to you. It is to guide reflection on our current governance practices and decision-making processes and professionalism. It connects with the multi-year strategic plan. It develops mechanisms for trustees to assess current practices, processes, and professionalism, and to utilize self-assessment tools annually to engage relevant parties, to analyze results, develop recommendations, to provide public reports, create and update a repository. And the membership consists of a maximum of 5 municipally elected trustees that have been appointed by the Board of Trustees through the annual striking committee process. And then that committee will choose their own chair and vice chair during the process by the members of the committee. It speaks directly to student trustees being welcome to participate where there is interest from them and availability, and as well that staff and other external resources could be called upon to support the work. Meetings would be called and conducted as per committee governance procedure, and each would be a 1-year term commencing in January after board approval of the striking committee. There is your Coles Notes version of the terms of reference so that we can leave some time to talk about them. Does anybody have any thoughts, suggestions, ideas? We'll also take laudatory praise.
Can you see my thumb up?
Yes, I can. I got a thumbs up from Amy. I feel better.
We were going for short and sweet.
Yeah.
And Jean's made a couple of, I added in and goals in there. That makes sense. And
Tanya, we did, okay, and I'm looking at Tanya, you're directly editing it. We kept municipally elected trustees. That was a choice that was made by the committee so that we could differentiate between the trustees around the board and the student trustees and the different roles. So that was in there deliberately. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, so later on when we talk about the bylaws, this item's going to come up about the definition of trustee. So I'll delete it for now, but then we're going to circle back to it later. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you have suggestions, I would appreciate them if you put them at the side rather than editing the document directly. I think some of us might find that I know I would find that a little easier because it's the end of a long day and trying to keep track of things is not easy for me. Any other thoughts, suggestions, ideas? Over the top praise for a job well done, anything? Tracy, thumbs up from Tracy. Jean.
There must be some grammatical thing in number 4.0 that it's underlined in blue.
Because it's an apostrophe.
Or shouldn't be plural.
Yeah. Over the top. Praise, Donna. Rah, rah.
We're renaming it anyway, so don't worry about it.
I'm not on that committee, so I had to have explained to me what it was. So I'm looking forward to when we have everything all together and we can't say, well, when we look at this document or it'll be wonderful for the next Board of Trustees to have everything together and working as one cohesive piece. I'm very much looking forward to that. Seeing no other questions or comments on this, I'm going to move us into the board's self-assessment report, if that's okay with everyone. Because that's part of our next steps. I'm not seeing any objections. So again, that is included in the package. Andrea, do you want to put it up? Thanks, Andrea. So basically, this is coming from the committee members, Tracy, Andrea, Margot, myself. And it's just recommending that the terms of reference be approved and appended to the bylaws, and that the self-assessment goals be approved and that we worked on all together be approved and implemented prior to the end of the term. It gives you a bit of a background there. Again, I don't want to read it to you because I assume that you have all read it. Does anyone have any questions, concerns, changes, suggestions? Again, overwhelming praise. We'll take whatever we get. Gee, I'm not seeing anything from anybody.
This doesn't get appended to the bylaws, I don't think. This is a committee terms of reference, so it gets appended to the committee's governance procedure.
Okay, thank you. And I see Tanya's put that at the side. Thank you.
Oh, Tanya and I saw it at the same time.
It's great to have many eyes on it. Are there any other suggestions, comments? Seeing none, I believe it is the recommendation of the committee that this report go forward to the board.
And we'll package up those recommendations and add them as an appendix to this report, I would imagine, just so people can give them a second once over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big thing we wanted to do is bring them both to you tonight so that when it does hit the board table at the next board meeting, the one after, that there's not a lot of wordsmithing done at the table, that everyone's had eyes on it and has made recommendations such as the one you and Tanya have just come forward. Those are important things that we can do ahead of time. So thank you very much for that. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak to either the terms of reference or the report. So I will turn it back to Tracy and Andrea, I believe, for celebrations.
Okay, well, we made it in. Thank you so much, team. We made it with 5 minutes to spare. And so, Andrea, there was a link there, the Celebrate, but I can just describe it to you. It's fireworks. So Donna, go ahead.
If you don't mind, if I may say one more thing, trustees have had a really good grounding on the existing goals and the terms of reference and the report. But I do notice that we have Curtis and David and Jewel, and I'm not sure who, and Gail, and I'm not sure who else. So after this meeting, we might want to reach out to them to see if they had any input on any of it, because some of it does directly affect Curtis. And that, given that they've worked at different boards, they might have a different insight or context to bring as well. So we may want to do that as part of the process as well. Just occurred to me.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks everybody. So we'll move on then to standing committee updates, and there's a governance bylaw piece to go through, and that's over to Tanya and Amy, and this was pre-circulated information as well. Go ahead.
Tanya, you want to take it?
Yeah, thanks. What I'm going to do is, because it is a lengthy document and it might be a little bit difficult for people to follow. So I'm going to share, or at least I hope I can share the document so that we can look through it together. And here I go, trying to share, and that's not it. Okay, almost there. Share.
Tanya, I have it. Do you want me to share it for you?
Okay. Normally I'd say yes. Oh, it's not.
But if you want to be able to edit, then you need to share it yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Somehow I'm not able to.
Let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, it's not letting me share my screen.
Okay.
Which is odd. Okay. You know what?
You should be able to edit it. If I share it and you have it in front of you, you can still edit it.
Okay. So if you don't mind, Marco, that would be great. So if you can put it on the to-do list, on the page 1 of the to-do list. Okay, yeah, we'll start right there. So, okay.
Please zoom in so that people can actually read it, because it's a lot.
And we're going to go through each of the sections, Margot, so it could be, that I can even read that. Okay, fantastic. So I know that not everyone may have had an opportunity to read the entire package of the bylaws. So the way we're going to break it down, I only have 30 minutes today, so I'm going to get through as much as I can in 30 minutes, and then we can always continue the conversation another time. So part of the goals of the Governance Standing Committee this year, one of our goals was to review the bylaws. And so Amy and I have been going through it very diligently, trying to capture all of the requests made by trustees, all the items that need to be done based on stuff that's come up. So in this to-do/wish list, we've tried to capture everything we've been tasked with. So number 1, you will, refers to the introduction into the bylaws. You will see that it's going to be branded the same way as all of our other policies and procedures to make sure it has the same look and feel as everything else. And so that, we look a little bit more professional. And a big change in the beginning is that the table of contents has been removed. So the table of contents was about 2 pages long. And for the size of this document and the way it's divided, we felt it didn't warrant a table of contents. Go ahead, Amy.
Prior to the most recent iteration, it had 3 additional sections to it. So and those sections were large. It had things like the delegation, governance, procedure, and policy. It had the committees governance, procedure, and policy. And there was another piece in there that I can't remember right now, but it was a bulkier document, and the table of contents actually served a bit more of a purpose because it was about 40 pages. Now it's only 20 pages. So it doesn't have the same need. And it'll probably have even fewer pages once we accept all of the revisions.
Yeah. Andrea?
Depending on how this is placed on the website, I'm sure it'll be a PDF. Like there, you can have links directly to some of those things. Like I think a table of contents is not a terrible thing if it helps people find what they're looking for.
But we only have 5 sections now. It's going to be pretty easy for people to find what they're looking for.
Okay.
Okay, but I will make a note of that and for reconsideration. Okay. Okay. So part 2 refers to the interpretation of the bylaws. So Margot, would you be able to go to, which is page 1 of the bylaws, but it's page 3 of this document. Yeah, perfect. Go a little further up. Yeah, perfect. So in this section here, what we wanted to bring to your attention is we removed the glossary of terms. So I will defer to Amy to talk about the thought process behind that.
So many of our formal documents have definitions within them, and some of those definitions are not consistent across documents. So it came to mind that it might be a good idea to have one glossary for all documents, and that glossary should reside in the policy and procedure framework policy, so that when anyone is working on policies and procedures, they will see the glossary right there, and they will know what the definition of the word is and how to use it, instead of trying to redefine it every single time they write a document and using different words and adding confusion from the public perspective as well as from the internal perspective. Different people, when they see different phrasing around the same word, might get confused. And of course, there would be a reference in every document to where the glossary is, a link, like right in the document saying this is where the glossary is.
Yeah. So to Donna's point earlier about municipally elected, that's one of the issues we've encountered throughout all of our documents is there is inconsistency in how the word trustee is defined. So by clearly defining it in the glossary of terms, it removes any confusion from any and all documents. This is an idea that we presented to Curtis, and he agreed that that would be a good way to move forward. So if anyone wants to comment on that.
I just wanted to add that Curtis is also going to be assigning a resource to find all of the definitions that occur in our policies, admin procedures, and governance procedures so that we have a complete list of them all. And then we will review with Curtis what those definitions ought to be so that there's agreement between staff and trustees before we present back to trustees what the glossary will have in it and what those definitions are. So we want to make sure that nobody thinks that Tanya and I are going to make up the definitions, because we're not.
No. My last name is not Roger. Yeah. Okay. So staying on that page, Margot, what I wanted to bring to your attention is in authority and review number 2. prior to our review, there was no written process as to how frequently bylaws should be reviewed. We did have direction in our policy and procedure framework for policies and GPs to be reviewed every 3 years, but there was no mention of the bylaws. So we've incorporated it here, which is the first highlighted item, that the bylaws be formally reviewed every 3 years and may be amended periodically as needed. Okay. Margot, if you can go back to the to-do list. Okay. Number 3 refers to part 2, which refers to vacated positions. And this came about where I asked, well, what happens if a trustee leaves or is evicted out of their position as trustee? I didn't know what the process was. There was no documentation. And then Amy informed me that, well, this has in fact happened. There is a process, but nothing's been documented. So
no, it's been documented. It's just not formally documented.
Not formally, yes, not formally, which we've learned about tonight. A lot of our stuff is not formally documented. So part 3, Margot, if you want to jump to part 2. Keep going. Yeah, there. So vacated positions, this is brand new. We've added it to the document. And instead of indicating what the process is here, you will see that part of our to-do/wish list is to create a governance procedure that would capture what the process is. Amy, would you like to add anything?
No, we have a lot of documentation from the prior times where we've had to replace trustees. We've done it 3 times in my tenure, and I don't know if there's been other people who've had other experiences before that, but we've done it 3 times since I became a trustee, and I've kept all of the documentation of how we did it then, including the flow chart. So it's just going to be a matter of collating, tweaking, and bringing it to committee of the whole. It shouldn't take very long to produce. And I have a growing to-do list, but it's one of those pieces that I've wanted to actually get formalized for a long time and just never gotten around to it. And now I've got the impetus to do it, because if it's going to be in the bylaws, it better exist.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Margot, if you can go back to page 1, item number 4. Okay. The existing bylaws had several appendices, which included agendas to both the public board meeting, the private board meeting, committee of the whole, and even the variations of, there were different variations for the same meeting. So part of the package includes the public agenda. And I think from the board's self-assessment, one of the things I read in the slides was that maybe we should be reviewing our agenda. So we took a crack at it, and further down in the document, we'll go through a proposed agenda. We won't do that right now, but we'll get to that eventually.
We were trying to go through it in sequence.
Yeah. So Margot, if you can go back up to item number 4. The other part of the appendices is the agendas for the committee of the whole. Committee of the whole is a committee. So all references to committee of the whole and the agendas have been extricated from the bylaws and will reside in the committee's governance procedure, which is being worked on concurrently. So you'll see those changes coming too. And the other members of the committee's work group are Andrea and Margot, Amy and myself. So big changes here. Number 5, the revision history. So when it comes to bylaws, it's really important that we keep track of what changes were made and why. The current version of the bylaws, somehow the revision history has been removed. Not sure what happened to it. So we have reinserted the revision history. And what we've also done is we've captured in the revision history the changes that we've made over the last year. So you'll see that we've captured the changes made to meeting dates, the first meeting date in September. And we've also captured the changes made to the election of the chair and vice chair. So that's now in the revision history. Number 6, I think, is of most interest to everyone here because this is where we collected some of your feedback. The placement of the student trustee report from Joanne, the reduced speaking time from 3 to 2 minutes from Heather, moving all committee of the whole items to the committee's governance procedure. Part 3 refers to some discrepancy in wording. The inclusion of board reports, immediate or deferred, that refers to what reports come to the board once versus twice. For the life of me, I could never find that report. So now it'll be appended to the bylaws. And also the request of determining how often the bylaws should be reviewed. So actually, let's go to number 7, and then we'll go through the number 6 items. Number 7, we all attended Lori Lukunik's session on governance, and she did indicate that all references to Robert's Rules of Order should be Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. So we made sure we captured that learning. That's been done. Number 8's a big chunk. It had to do with all the variations of spellings out there. So we've captured the 3 big ones. And item number 2, the removal of extraneous words. Again, there was a lot of discrepancy in how we refer to things. So now it's very clear how things are referred to. And this will be further enforced with the glossary of terms. And we also reviewed the terms shall versus will. And we cleared that up. Of course, legal will have to go through all of this because Amy and I do not have a legal degree. So they will go through all of this for us. At the end of the day, 2 recommendations that Amy and I would like to bring forward is to, actually, Amy, this was your idea. I'll let you speak to number 9.
Okay, so there are 2 items that we see as having governance procedures that should fall under a common policy, and those are the trustee vacated positions and the election of chair and vice chair. Because currently election of chair and vice chair is in the bylaws, but it's a process. And so it should be a governance procedure. And by removing that from the bylaws and putting it as its own procedure, it's much easier to be found. And I think it's cleaner. And I'm actually surprised that Sheila McKinnon didn't find that when she went through our bylaws with us now nearly 4 years ago. But we found it ourselves and we thought, okay, these actually belong together as separate documents, but under the umbrella of trustee organization. And so that's what we're hoping to bring as a recommendation to the board.
Yeah, and after tonight's discussion of the board self-assessment group, we may have to create item C, which is to create a director hiring GP. We'll add that in there.
And it could also fit neatly under that same policy.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Tracy, how am I doing for time?
Not bad. You have 10 more minutes.
Okay, I'm on it. Okay, Margot, if you can go to Okay, actually, we'll go quickly through the document. So vacated positions we talked about. We're going to create a separate GP for that. Election of the chair and vice chair, what Amy just mentioned, we're going to pull it out of here and create a separate governance procedure. Then, Margot, if you can jump to page 8, right there, the highlighted section. So, okay, right now, or maybe we just started doing this because it's come to our attention. Amy, do you want to talk to this one?
About the trustee's absence?
Yeah, just to.
Yeah. Okay, so when we had our bylaws reviewed by legal the last time around, which, as I said, was 4 years ago, by Sheila McKinnon, she noted and discussed at length with trustees that it was very important for us to record in our minutes that the Board of Trustees had authorized a trustee's absence. And we were all kind of a little bit confused about that because we hardly ever have a trustee absent. And she said, that doesn't mean you won't. And so she explained to us that in some boards, they have had trustees go absent for periods of months without having ever sent regrets. And then the board says to the trustee, well, you can no longer be a trustee because you've been absent for 3 meetings consecutively. And it says in the Ed Act that means you're no longer a trustee. But then the trustee is able to fight back and say, but nobody ever told me I had to get the consent of the board for my regrets. If I gave regrets, I thought that I was good. And so in order to avoid having a trustee, a lame duck trustee, sitting on a board for 4 years and just giving regrets every time, this was what she recommended we have in our bylaws, and she actually gave us that wording. So we actually, at the time, we put it into the bylaws. This has been in our bylaws for 4 years, and we put it in the trustee agenda template, but at some point in time, it stopped being used. And I don't know what happened there, but this is actually on the advice of legal.
Margot?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned about this, and I know you say Sheila said this was necessary, but I look at it and I recognize that the Ed Act says that if they are absent, they can't be. So that is prescribed by the Ed Act, so that they have no standing when they say, well, I didn't know if I gave regrets, that didn't count. And I just kind of think, so each meeting that we have, we don't have jurisdiction over saying they can or can't be there for it. It's the term of the however many meetings. He said 3 consecutive regular meetings of the board. So I do struggle with this, because when we vote, what happens if we say no?
That could happen. And we asked Sheila that very question. But absenting yourself and having regrets are not the same thing. Being absent means you didn't give regrets. So what we are saying in here is that we are authorizing that trustee's absence. We are saying we accept those regrets.
But so my question is, Amy, what happens if we don't accept them?
Then they are not accepted. And it shows as an absence instead of as regrets. You can be away for more than 3 in a row if you have the motion passed. If you've got a medical reason to be away, and you've given your regrets, and the board says yes, then you're still a trustee. If you have that same medical reason, and the board says no, Well, after the third meeting, you're no longer a trustee as per the Ed Act.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with it. I struggle with it. So that's
you could struggle with it, but if we don't do this after 3 meetings, they're no longer a trustee because we don't have regrets for them on the record.
Yeah. All right.
This is our opportunity to save a trustee who may be going through a terrible medical time from losing their position. Think of it that way.
Okay.
Don't think of it in the negative. Think of it in the affirmative.
No, but then they said regrets.
But it doesn't count if we don't approve them. It's an absence if we don't approve them. But if it goes on for months and months at a time and we didn't take action, that's when the trustee can say, you didn't take action after 3, so you can't do this to me. And apparently there have been cases that have been won.
Okay, I'm not. Okay.
This was legal advice. This didn't come from a trustee. This was legal advice.
Okay, Leah.
Hi, everyone. This is really a lot of great work here. First of all, I just have to say I really enjoyed going through this. On this particular element, I'm in agreement with Margot. I struggle with this, and I'll tell you why. While the Ed Act speaks clearly on the outcome, you're missed 3, you're out. Missed 3 consecutive, you're out. It is silent on the process to undertake it. And so while I understand Sheila has given her professional opinion, and I'm appreciative of it, I'm wondering whether we could maybe take a pause and look at how other boards are doing it, or even go to OBSPA and sort of do a second sober thought. Because I when I hear that trustees are we're trying to amend our meeting, this seems to be a piece that takes up time. So I see it there, and I think if it's mandatory, then okay, I understand. But if it's not, if there is another way in which we can, meet the criteria of the Ed Act without giving us or mandating that we do it a certain way, I think we look at it. So my question would be, can we please take a moment and look at what other boards are doing, or OBSPA, that might be an easier process?
How about this? When we added this in, we then had a legal review done by Jillian Katarna, and she didn't tell us to take it out either. So that's 2 lawyers that have looked at it. One said to add it, and the other one didn't say to take it out. I would rather not just poll other boards, because other boards may not know that they should be doing this because they've never taken their bylaws to a lawyer. I would be more comfortable going to OBSPA, but I would actually be most comfortable going to a lawyer, a third lawyer. Yeah. Because the OBSPA is not the authority on this, and other boards aren't the authority on this.
Yeah, and so what I want to add, this is in the Ed Act. If you go to item number 3, item number 3 tells you what section of the Ed Act that stipulates that.
Oh, I'm not debating that this is the end result. I'm not debating at all. The Ed Act is silent on the process to mediate this. So I'm like, well, I think you could go to another lawyer and get another perspective that could be completely different, because different readings, people will have different readings of this. So my point is, yes, let's take a moment and step back, and because I feel I would feel more comfortable with it. I can only recall in the 8 years that I've been here where there was been one instance where a trustee had highlighted this piece purposely and wanted to ensure that they wouldn't be removed to meet the Ed Act.
Right.
That was kind of, the only one time I've ever seen us need that. So I'm trying to think about keeping our meeting going in a efficient manner that meets the conditions without putting a step that we may not. There might be an easier way, and that's my point.
Okay, let me explain this in perhaps using different words, because I don't think that it's being understood. The Ed Act says if you are absent from 3 consecutive meetings, you are no longer a trustee. Absent, not regrets. The Ed Act says if you are absent, that means you didn't have regrets, right? You didn't send regrets. What this motion does is give the trustee regrets so that it doesn't count against them that they are away. If the board so chooses not to accept the regrets, that's beyond our control. This gives the trustee the opportunity to ensure that they will show as regrets in the minutes and not as absent. There is a world of difference between absent and regrets. This also protects the board from the case of a trustee who is absent for months and months and says they've given regrets, but there's no record of the regrets. There's been no vote on the regrets. And so the board is really in no position to say we didn't get regrets because they never voted on it. Does that make more sense?
Thank you. I respectfully disagree, and I would actually ask that our board consider getting another opinion.
What do you disagree with?
Okay, you know what?
I don't understand.
I'm going to put a pin on this discussion. Leah and Margot, send us your concerns, and we will try to take this offline in another way so that we can maybe make some more headway tonight. Tracy, how much time do I have? Okay, sorry.
You're muted, Tracy.
Minus 2 minutes.
Oh, which is a great segue because my next item is about 2 minutes. It refers to 2 minutes. So if you go to page 12, Margot, Heather, are you on the line? No.
Heather's trying to come in. Her battery died, so she has replugged and she is waiting for it to boot up.
So Tracy, great segue, and then I'll stop because I've gone over. Okay, so 2 minutes. Heather had made a request about reducing speaking time from 3 to 2 minutes. So this is where we've accommodated Heather's request. Is there any discussion on reducing speaking time? Andrea?
I'm just going to say that in my time as chair, people rarely spoke over a minute. But in those times that were very passionate, they did go perhaps bump up against that 3 minutes, but it was so rare. So I don't know if we do want to limit people down to 2 minutes, considering how rare it is. And it's only really those topics that are really impassioned that people hit the 3 minute mark.
Does anyone else have any thoughts? Kelly?
We actually have talked about this over several boards, and at one time it was 5 minutes, believe it or not. It went down to 3, and I'm quite happy with the 3 minutes because I don't ever recall, unless there was a real serious issue, trustee speaking for 3 minutes at a time. It was more about multiple questions potentially, so it might seem like more than the 3 minutes, but I don't support going any lower.
So going lower than 2 or lowering it to 2?
Lowering it to 2.
Okay. Heather, are you on the line? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my computer died, so that's why I left the meeting. I wasn't upset, just in case anybody was thinking I was ditching. I'm fine with it, but I would really like maybe we need to just monitor it. You'd be surprised what you think is only a minute is going way past. I've taken a little bit of time to time some of the speeches that happen before a question, and it drags on. So I don't know, maybe we just need to monitor it a little bit. Maybe we just need to take a meeting and somebody do some timing. It was easier when we were in the boardroom.
So Heather, are you saying we could leave it at 3?
We could leave it at 3, but I think that we should actually take a meeting or take a meeting or two and just time some questions and see if we are actually staying under that. And whether we're passionate or not passionate, we need to be succinct. And I honestly don't believe that we are at times.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Heather. Okay, so I'm going to wrap it up real quickly. We haven't gotten to the appendices yet. So if I can ask you all to review them on your own time, that would be great. Feel free to enter your comments and include disagree, I like it, what the heck is this, I didn't know we did this. Plop it in there, and Amy and I can go through your comments, and we could always bring this up at another meeting. Tracy, my apologies for going over, and thank you for everyone's time.
Okay, thank you. Well, there is a lot of work going on here, as demonstrated over the last couple items and the next couple, which will take us then to the end of our agenda. We have a couple of other standing committee updates. The board self-assessment, we covered that off in the last item, 2 items ago. Is there anything from trustee professional development at this meeting? It sounds like there isn't. So we'll move then to subcommittee updates. 3.7.1, we have school naming and renaming procedure. And there was some information pre-circulated on that.
That information actually already went to the board table.
Okay, so excellent. I thought I had read it a few times before. So great. So 3 points there's no other updates then from that group. Everything's good in that piece. That subcommittee then has wrapped up its.
Well, it's gone, hopefully gone for legal review. So yeah. I don't know unless there is a response, but I'm assuming we would have heard back. If there was just, Gail may have something to say.
Mm-hmm.
It has been sent for legal review and no response received yet.
Okay, great update. Thank you. And we'll go to then 3.7.2, trustee promotion and onboarding. Again, there was information pre-circulated on that.
Yes, and I expect, and I know that a number of people have gone through the material. So I will put up, I'll start with the report. And I'm just speaking on behalf of the committee, but the committee is, of course, welcome to jump in at any time. We have some recommendations that we would like to go forward. And the first is, be it resolved that the staff add the document content to the trustee area of the website to inform the community and potential candidates of the role of the trustee. So that is the information that was in the folder, and we can go on to that for in a second. And the second is more to do with future, looking towards the future to make sure that information is kept up to date. So be it resolved that a trustee promotion and onboarding committee should be struck in September of the third year of every future trustee term to review and adjust the content listed on the website concerning the role of the trustee to ensure accuracy, and review and adjust as necessary the process and materials for onboarding the next board of trustees. So Amy, go right ahead.
You can remove the word future.
Okay.
Because it almost sounds like,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And there should be a B in there. Be struck in September of every year. Okay, yes. So does anybody have any questions about what we're trying to do? I'll start with the second actually recommendation, since we'll go back to the first one to talk about the document. So anybody have any questions about why or why we would like that? Go ahead, Amy.
My question isn't why. My question is, how are you going to ensure it happens?
I don't know. And that's part of the if you have a suggestion,
well, I think it would only be enforceable if there was a policy.
Okay.
Unfortunately, and the policy statement would say that this pretty much what you've got in your recommendation.
Okay.
It would be short and sweet. But then you'd also require a governance procedure, which could also be short and sweet, and just say, you're going to do this.
Okay. So we can add that to our work in the committee, perhaps, unless the governance committee wants to take it on.
Well, I mean, technically, the governance standing committee should bring a report. But I mean, you guys are already doing the work, and it just adds time to the whole thing, and we want to wrap some things up, right? So if Tanya's okay with it, I'm okay with it. Just, you're already doing the work.
Okay, so we should throw together some other stuff. So should we hold off then on this particular motion?
Yeah, because you're gonna need a way of making it happen.
Okay, so
unless you put in the motion that and that a policy and governance procedure be created to manage this, deal with this, okay. Ensure this happens.
Okay. How about if I can make a suggestion? Have you resolved that we can bring this that part back, this particular part of the motion or the recommendations isn't imperative. The other one is a little more imperative and time sensitive because we're trying to get documentation on the website. So why don't, if the committee is okay, and I see Kelly, I don't know who else I can see here. If Donna, Kelly, and Jean are okay to pull this part back, we can massage that motion. Yeah, okay. I see 2 thumbs up.
Okay, perfect.
So really tonight then we are dealing with this first one, which is to get some documentation. Our website, many boards have information about the role of the trustee and some information. We have nothing. And in fact, I had a conversation with a parent who called me up and said, I have no idea what you do, but someone said I should call you. So I think there is a big misunderstanding or no understanding of what we actually do. So I think the committee thinks a first step is to get information on the website about what we do, and that will serve informing the community and potential candidates for the upcoming election. So we have an FAQ that Donna spearheaded, and Jean did a lot of research on what other boards were doing and really gave us the information to go forward with what we did. So we have Donna worked on this, and Donna, do you want to talk to this in the language that you're using, etc.?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you. Basically, my understanding was as many 1 and 2 syllable words as possible, because we tend to speak in EduSpeak and we tend to speak in acronyms and things like that. So long ago, somebody presented me the idea of a 7-Eleven thinking. Can you take your document into any 7-Eleven, pick out any person in that 7-Eleven, hand it to them and have them understand it? And that's really what we were shooting for, just a common sense, lightly languaged, so you want to be a trustee, what does that actually mean piece. And so that was the idea behind all the language. It's meant to be a little folksy and a little easy to understand, and there was a lot of effort put into that to make that happen. And I see Jean has made quite a number of suggestions on it, so that means I think the committee has to go back and look at this again.
And Leah, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to say I loved it. Thank you to all those who had a hand in this. I loved how it read. It made me want to read more. I'd be happy to share that out. It was very informative, and thank you. I think people will want to read it.
Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. And I wanted to add the other piece of that is that it was meant to work in conjunction with the piece that Kelly did, because Kelly did a really great, comprehensive, everything you need to know. And we linked to that so that the two can work together. So that if you just want an overview, then you've got this piece. But if you really want to dig down and find out more, you've got that piece. And it's really important that the two of them work together. And thank you, Leah.
And Kelly, do you want to take a moment and talk about your piece?
First, I need to take my mic off. So what I did is I pulled information from OSPA, from our board, from my personal knowledge, from some other boards, and tried to distill it down into the different categories just to give an overview of what trustees do and the pieces around their position. So information that you should know and is relevant to the role. And then we put in links in it to different policies or procedures, bylaws, and the Ed Act within the document.
Yeah, we wanted to avoid putting information in that we would have to maintain when it was not ours to maintain, like the Ed Act. So, I think the idea, of course, this would go on the website, but the communications and marketing team of the board could make it, add images and make it look, not like just a whole bunch of information. Might make it enticing, perhaps, for people to come in and take a look. So there are a few changes, but I've been through them. They're not onerous at all, and they don't change the gist of what we're trying to do here. So I was wondering if instead of making this again, wait another month and then putting pressure on staff to get this up in time for the election because it's May 1st or May 2nd when people can register. We want people to have a decent amount of time to look at it. If my colleagues are, the rest of the trustees are comfortable, we could go forward with the recommendation. It could make those small changes that are more wording changes than anything to have this motion get to the board table for the 23rd. Is anybody, would anybody be against that idea? I know you've all been through it. You're pretty good with that. Okay, so that recommendation of, if I could find my, there it is. So that first one, be it resolved that the staff add the document content. So we'll take that. I'll get it into a report and get it to Gail for the next board meeting. Just that first one. Okay, all good. Tracy, it's all yours.
Just one second, Tracy, if you don't mind. Andrea, we also said the portion I did could also potentially be created into some type of a PowerPoint presentation if we wanted, if we felt there was a need to give a presentation. So all the information could be transferred over there.
Yes, because we have also been talking about outreach, either by trustees or even potentially, I know some boards have been doing like information nights for potential candidates and stuff. So that information would be invaluable. Okay, Tracy?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, where did the elevator pitch work that Tanya had and others had worked on earlier? Did it factor in, or is there a link? Tanya, was there, did it ever come to a actual product at the end of the day, or was?
Yeah, it did. There was a committee and we did, yeah.
Yeah, it did. We presented the, I'll have to find the document. It's probably in one of the committee of the whole folders, but an elevator pitch was developed. It came up with something short enough that you can say in an elevator. The document is somewhere. Do you want me to try to find it and recirculate it?
I think I have it, Tanya.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It might be good to kind of tie those two things.
That'd be great.
Somehow, yeah. Okay, and there was a link to it in the self-assessment goals tonight as well, if I recall correctly. Alrighty, so Reimagine Forward 3.7.3. Just a quick update, and committee people, please jump in. There are a couple of documents in the folder tonight. They're meeting notes. We've met a couple of times since the initiative was approved to move forward. Everybody is invited. So far, we've had a kickoff meeting, and we asked any questions that people had sent forward to date. Everybody is invited on their own time to take the 101 course related to Bang the Table. So they're every Thursday at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And if there's a Thursday that you're available, the link is found in the set of meeting notes that's in the committee folder. So please do take that. And then we're moving forward with developing content, which everybody will see and certainly can contribute to. The subcommittee really felt that we should keep it as simple as possible and really focus on that one question, which was something like, what are the big moves in public education that can be taken to reimagine forward coming out of the pandemic? Something like that. So unless there's any concerns, we will build out the content around that. And then a smaller group has been identified as administrators of the site, and there will be separate technical training that will take place. Again, everybody is still very welcome to be a part of that if you if you wish. And then once we have the site built out, there will be a third training, which is related to the analytics, the background piece, and the reporting that will take place later on. So we have a few opportunities to learn about Bang the Table and to really leverage it. And just a shout out to staff also for being very supportive, particularly David and Scott and the communications team that is going to be helping us to get the word out. So that's kind of where we're at. Alrighty. Now, are there any other business items to talk about tonight? Okay, of course, there's a lot swirling around out there with the announcements that came out today and recently with the new curriculum and so on. I'm imagining those may form part of the director's update at the next board meeting, which would have given people a chance to at least digest the meaning of what those announcements are. So I don't see any hands up. I'm just going to look over to questions from the, okay. Go ahead there, Andrea, and then Jean.
Hi, yes. Of course, these announcements, this is actually a question for Curtis. These announcements today, fascinating. And I saw on social media that the board will be releasing information later this week. I was wondering if that information will cover sort of all the areas, including masking, graduations, and things like that, because people are bombarding my social media looking for answers. You might be getting some calls from media because I've said masking falls under operational decisions because they're asking for timing on when we're making that decision. Yeah, so that's my question.
Thank you for the question, Andrea. So we are going to be, putting out the information. I don't know that it will be as comprehensive as you've described, but we certainly want to make sure that families have an idea of how the changes that were, announced today impacts them as we come back to school, after the break. Staff needs to really take a look at it. I know that when we were on the line with the minister today, they were making it quite clear, and we were trying to decide what sort of wiggle room, if any, do we have, and it doesn't appear that we have any. So I think Tracy and Margot can speak to that as well because they were there. But I think we are going to. I don't know the full extent of what we're going to be sending out to families tomorrow, by the end of this week, but we're certainly hopeful that we're going to give them enough guidance that they will know what to expect when they return after the break. I think there are some other things can wait, like the what we're going to do for graduation and things like that. I think we can. Some of them can be timed after we return, but there are some things that need to be known and done operationally for when we return after the break.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up that I've just been monitoring and not talking in social media, but there are posts that are blowing up online about masking in schools, going 50-50, people screaming at each other already. So it's not going to be easy.
I anticipate that it's going to be, maybe a little bit difficult, because, I think the minister said, we need to make sure that we are creating a space that, we can all coexist, right? And so there are going to be people on both sides of the issue. And so that's going to be one of our big challenges as we move forward. Those who are for and those who are against, or those who wanted to see it gone and those who want to see it stay. And, within schools, you could have that, different sides. And so our big job right now is to try to create peace and how we really work to get along and support each other in these difficult times.
Thank you. Jean, go ahead.
Yeah, Tracy, I defer to either Vandy or Margot if their question is along this lines, because I'm going in a different direction.
Doesn't look like it. Go ahead. And we're at about 6 minutes, everyone.
Okay. All I wanted to say was several of you attended today the Parents of Black Children seminar, if you would, or announcements, I guess. But tomorrow, a report is being launched by this group, and I think it's going to be something that we're all going to want to give some attention to. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the media or whatever, but when all the people that were in attendance today were told that they would get, I think, that report sent to them. So we will definitely be sure to share it with everybody. But I think there's some really interesting learning to come out of the findings of the research of this group. And so I look forward to this, having impact on our board as we move forward in addressing some of the concerns. Thank you.
Sorry, so quickly, just in response to Jean, I don't think they're sending, somebody asked if they were going to send us the presentation, and they said, no, it's all in the report. So I think the report might already be accessible. I didn't get the impression they were sending it. I think it's already out there, just so you're not looking for it.
No, this was the pre-release before they release it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't get anything in my inbox tonight, just saying. So anyway, we'll see what comes out tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, Vandy.
Yeah, actually, my question does sort of pertain to some of the recent announcements and developments. At last night's Senate meeting, we had a lot of really eager senators wondering whether we would have the opportunity to return to the board environment, so the in-person environment, or maybe if there's like an alternate location. Like I know in the past we've talked about having our meetings at Gary Allen in Milton, and I know it might be a bit premature to be asking this question. You may not have all the specific details, but I guess I just wanted to put that back on. Sorry, this question is for Director Ennis. I wanted to put it back on your radar because I know senators had asked about this earlier on in the year as well. Yeah, wondering what your thoughts are on returning to in-person meetings.
Thanks for that, Vandy. Certainly as we digest all of the new mandates and directives from the ministry, we are going to be looking at, what are we going to be allowing to happen as we move forward. So whether it be in person for Student Senate, or for ourselves or for others. I mean, I think we are all trying to grapple with what does this all mean for us? And so, there's comfort level, there's still issues of safety. There's still so much to be considered, right? Even though, masking and cohorting and all of those things are going away, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be judicious and we shouldn't be careful and we shouldn't be mindful as we interact with each other. I think we still need to keep those things in mind. So we haven't made a decision on that yet, Vandy, but I think we're going to be providing some guidance around that pretty soon.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer, because also we're planning our leadership symposium, and that's also typically held in person. And I know, again, students really do appreciate the opportunity to sort of have that interaction in person. So yeah, looking forward to, I guess, what the board decides and hearing more from public health and from the government really for guidelines.
Okay, Amy, go ahead.
This is on another topic, if that's okay. Okay. I have received a couple of emails this afternoon about the teacher librarian situation. It's out there in the public, and families are concerned and they're looking for answers. I'm wondering if we will have an FAQ on the website about this, explaining it so that parents can understand more easily, and perhaps another FAQ put together for trustees so that we can answer with some more detail when we get the calls, because we are getting the calls and the emails already.
I can appreciate that, Amy, and certainly, you know, I'm going to speak to our leadership team about that FAQ that you've mentioned, because, I mean, to be clear, libraries are not closing.
Right.
And you know, as a board, we have library technicians, you know, in our schools, and you know, we are going to be ensuring that we use the staff that we have to support, you know, reading and literacy. So we're not, you know, we're not shutting down the very important aspect of making sure that, you know, literacy continues to be a focus in HDSB. I mean, we've all seen and heard about the right to read that came out from the Human Rights Commission, you know, this last week. And, you know, we're all concerned about students and their abilities to read. And so we're just repurposing and refocusing, but libraries are not closing. Students are going to have access to libraries and support staff within libraries. So I think we just need to, I mean, that, you know, granted, you know, this is always a concerning issue for many. And I don't think any particular answer is going to be great for some. But mindful, you know, I saw somebody ask that, you know, please keep libraries open, you know, so this is the kind of information that's out there. So I think we need to respond.
Yeah, if I may, with a follow-up, parents don't know the difference between a library technician and a teacher librarian. Those are edu-speak words. And people don't know what that means. I actually don't know the difference between, I know that a teacher librarian is a certified teacher with the Ontario College of Teachers, but I don't know what a library technician has in terms of education and what their role is in a library. So it's hard for me to explain it to a parent if I don't even know what it is. As it's a title, and people don't always understand what a title means. So I think we need to make sure we're explaining what a library technician is and how much time they will be in our libraries. If we were having a teacher librarian for 1 to 2 days a week, are we going to be having a library technician for 1 to 2 days a week? Is it going to be more? Is it going to be less? They have legitimate questions. And so I'd like to be able to answer them. And I'm sure that my trustee colleagues would also like to be able to answer them. Thanks.
Okay, everyone, we have reached the 10 o'clock mark. Donna, did you still have a question? Why don't you go ahead and then we'll see if we can adjourn.
Thank you. And I'll be very quick because I'm just leapfrogging on to Amy's. It would be nice to know what that difference is between the teacher technician and the teacher librarian, as well as do all schools have a library technician and what the use is across the board and exactly what this is going to mean. It's a very difficult situation, Director Ennis, and I don't envy you on this one because this is a purely operational decision and well within your bailiwick to make. But it's unfortunate it's one of those situations where trustees get the call of something that we don't have authority over. So if we had a deeper understanding of what it was and what it means and what will go into place, it would really help us to be able to support those operational decisions because we can't explain it when we don't understand it ourselves. So I greatly appreciate that you're going to take it back to the senior team and come back with answers for us because some of my questions are, does every school have a teacher librarian? What's the role of that? What actual changes are going to be made? And the other thing is the current teacher librarians, would they be shifted to other jobs or are we losing staff? Those are questions that I have. So thank you for committing to get those answered, Director Curtis. I do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. There is no shortage of activities, whether they be externally imposed or internal processes that are taking place, and we're going into a budgeting cycle and all of that. So it's going to be a interesting time moving forward. I have to say it was really great to have breakout groups and have some more conversation with all of you. I look forward to seeing you in person. And, you know, there's just a huge chunk of work that's being done right now and taking us to the end of the term. It's finishing strong, it feels like. So please reach out to me or each other when things come up, and let's keep those channels of communication open. So there's nothing else on the agenda right now. So a motion to, yes, Jean, awesome. There's something to be said for tradition. You don't want to adjourn?
No, just public questions. Did we have any?
We did not. Nope. And Jean's making a motion to adjourn. Is there any objections to that? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Bye.